Happy Hour Friday starts right now. It's the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Pretty fun night last night if you went to the ballpark. Anybody in the listening audience at the game last night, hit me up. 609-403-0973. I got to hear what it was like if you were in the building last night, if you went to Citizens Bank Park last night, and if you did you leave early? Because I saw some shots of the crowd late in the game. Obviously, the Phillies are Rochambeauing the Braves last night, and it looked a little thinned out there when Schwarber was up to bat with a chance for his 5th home run, which, I got to be honest, I think he was more disappointed that he didn't get a home run off that position player than he was excited about hitting the 4 home runs. Schwarbombs and Schwarbombs and Schwarbombs. Oh, my. Holy mackerel. What a epic performance that he put on last night. And I don't know about you guys. I will say this. Swept by the Mets, shut out the night before, 19 runs last night, 20 hits in the game, 4 homers for Schwarber, almost the cycle for Bader. But I take it with a grain of salt. I want to be like, that's why you have to buy in. But we all know this is who they are. We all know this is who the Phillies are. But what I will say is, for the people out there on Thursday's show who talk about the whole no sense of urgency, the manager's comatose, he needs to fire them up. See what happens? Will they score 30 runs if Rob Thompson threw a trash can? No. Will they have scored 30 runs had Rob Thompson said, this was embarrassing, we need to be better tomorrow? No. See, we always project what we want. If your personality is one that you want a fiery manager, that doesn't mean a fiery manager is going to change the outcome of a game. Many people out there, I get it, don't like Rob Thompson. He's too laid back for the people who want the fiery guy. But the guy you wanted on Wednesday night didn't help or hurt them score 19 runs last night. It was just a night where they just all clicked. And that's no button that Kevin Long pushes or that Rob Thompson hits. It was their lineup doing what their lineup does. It came together and it got hot. Because right now, if Kyle Schwarber doesn't hit 4 home runs last night, we're talking about Harrison Bader almost hitting for the cycle. We're talking about a titanic blast from JT Realmuto. We're talking about a bomb from Bryce Harper. I mean, that thing's still going, right? We're talking about the absolute, by the way, I don't want to discount and forget Max Kepler jacked one out last night. Kudos to Kep. Harper, Kepler, Realmuto, Schwarber. I mean, it was just, did I forget anybody? Did I leave anybody out in the home run derby? I don't think so. I think that was all of them last night. But this goes to show, they got swept by the Mets. They got shut out by the Mets. They look lifeless against the Mets. And everybody goes crazy. You need to show some sense of urgency. I got those people. They sent me on the message on social media. Somebody got all angry, and I said, get back to me in 2 weeks. See if you remember these games at all. And then the next night, of course, the Phillies get shut out, and guy says, see, you said get back to me in 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks hasn't happened yet. It's only been 2 days. Get back to me in 2 weeks. If we remember those games against the Mets, we'll see. But the Mets lost last night to the Marlins, and the Phillies won. I'm not saying everything's different, but the Mets lost to the Marlins, and the Phillies scored 19 runs and won. You know, sometimes Rob Thompson give you an answer, you don't like it. It's baseball. Can't explain it. Why the Mets lose to the Marlins and the Phillies score 19 against the Braves? When the Phillies play the Mets, they can't score 19, they get shut out. I don't have an answer for you. I don't know why. Is it a bad matchup? Is it bad juju in the ballpark? No idea. But what I did see last night was the Phillies show you what the ceiling is, what they can be. Now, they can't score 19 runs every game, but it was about a week ago, wasn't it? It was about a week ago they were playing the Mariners, and they scored 12 on Friday night. They scored 11 on Sunday, and they scored 19 last night. So we know this offense can do this. But the problem is we all know they can't do it all the time. And you can't pick and choose when you want to be this team. You need the consistency. So 19 runs, fun night at the ballpark, but I take nothing from it. I take nothing from it. I can't. I won't. I can't and I won't. It was a fun night. I'll tell you what. Kyle Schwarber, 4 home runs last night. He really should have had 5. He really should have had 5. I mean, in an opportunity last night, you couldn't have asked for nobody in the history of the game to ever hit 5 home runs. You couldn't have asked for a better opportunity for your your home run. It's the best chance that anyone was ever going to get to hit your 5th home run. He's facing third baseman Vidal Bruggen last night, who's throwing 51 miles an hour. I mean, next year at Citizens Bank Park is the All-Star Game and the Home Run Derby. And I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Olson's in the game and hitting in the Home Run Derby, and he asks Vidal Bruggen to be the guy to throw them right on in there. I mean, he was cranking them in at 54 miles an hour. He had one pitch register at 51. If Schwarber, who, by the way, missed a home run, I think it was in his second at bat. He just missed that one. But if Schwarber would have squared up on one of those Ethos pitches, he would have had 5 home runs. He would have been the only player in the history of baseball to ever do it. And Schwarber admitted after the game that he shouldn't have asked how many people hit 5 home runs because the answer he got was none, and then he started thinking about it. And you could see he was so anxious in that last at-bat. But I don't remember the last time I ever saw a guy with 9 RBI in a game. I'm sure they have, but I just don't remember it. And if you were at that game last night, it was probably one of the greatest Major League Baseball performances you have ever seen in your life. And you were there. So if you were there last night, let me know. 609-403-0973. Jeff in Ocean City. It's a Fuego Friday. Oh, nice picture, Jeff. It's a nice fridge, by the way. What else have you got in that fridge over there? A couple Cape Mays. I see a variety pack. What else you got in there? Some Leinenkugels. It's a great fridge there, Jeff in Ocean City, with the Tonewood Fuego. Send me a picture of what you're having this weekend. I got some picks for you later on tonight in my Happy Hour Friday show. He also says, what chance does Kyle have for MVP? He's plus 500 right now. Plus 500 is Kyle Schwarber. Pat in Ocean City from the 52nd Street Beach in Ocean City. Hitting 4 home runs is a great accomplishment, but if the Phillies are not successful, they cannot run it back with the same cast of characters. I would rather put money into Kyle Tucker, 4 years younger, strikes out half as much, very good hitter, base runner, 93 percentile arm, and he owns a glove. You know, Pat in Ocean City, thanks for the text. I'm not saying you're crazy. I did say this the other day. Now, I want to see Schwarber back here. I love Schwarber. I think we all love Schwarber. But I think your point is you got to think of a way to change this up. Now, I don't think it's going to be by Schwarber. I think they'll end up trying to get rid of Castellanos. I think they'll try to end up getting rid of Bohm, maybe Stott. I think they go that route other than the route you're saying. Kyle Tucker, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, is he on like a sabbatical or something? Like they sat him because he needed like a break. So you're telling me you want to sign Kyle Tucker. I don't know if he's back yet, but I know the Cubs had to sit him, and he had like I don't know what was going on with him. So I would be somewhat concerned about investing a lot of money right now into Kyle Tucker, and he has a glove, he says. He can play the outfield. I think Tucker's back, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know what happened with him. It was like a weird situation where he didn't run, and then he kind of just like decided to like not play or something. What happened with him?
So Tucker was benched by the Cubs because he was in a slump and he didn't run out a ground ball at one point.
Yeah, so Pat in Ocean City, I could just imagine, and I don't know Pat in Ocean City, I could just imagine the Philly fans seeing Tucker not run down to first base. Tell me how you think that would go.
He needed a mental reset, the Cubs said, after it was revealed that he has sustained a hairline fracture in his right hand back in June. And ever since he injured it, he was going through a slump, and he refused to come out of the lineup. But he also refused to hustle.
Refused to hustle. Pat in Ocean City on the 52nd Street Beach. You want a guy who refuses to hustle?
Because he's injured.
Now, if it's the same Pat in Ocean City that hits me up all over the place and hates Rob Thompson, I would also think that same Pat in Ocean City doesn't want a guy who refuses to hustle. That, I don't think, would go over so well with not only Pat in Ocean City, but everybody else.
I also think that you would rather have Kyle Schwarber's 49 home runs over Kyle Tucker's 21.
Well, his point is that if they don't win, they can't run it back with the same cast of characters, which I do agree with, but I don't think that means you have to let Kyle Schwarber go.
Right.
But I think you have to you have to have a plan. If I'm going to sign Schwarber, I have to be able to get rid of Castellanos, Bohm,
Correct.
Stott. They're really the only three guys. Maybe Marsh. I mean, Kepler won't be back here next year.
Look, to me, if they don't win at all, the obvious answers are pay someone to take Castellanos off your hands. And
I think Castellanos will be gone.
And call around to see if there's any legitimate interest in Alec Bohm.
40 kids watching on YouTube says, I knew the Phillies would be okay. Big win last night and the Mets losing, already gained one of those games back. You're up 5 games again. Yeah, you won. They lost. I mean,
but being okay does not mean you're going to win a championship.
Oh, we know that.
That's where the rub is for people like myself, and that is, listen, last night was fun, but it's also an encapsulation of the problem.
There's no part of me that feels that either A, I'm going to go all in and say they're going to win a championship, or B, go all out and say they're not going to win a championship. I'm just along for the ride. I am. I mean, I can make a declaration that they're not going to win a World Series, and I probably am going to be right about that.
Right.
But there's a percentage of that could be wrong. And I'm not going to allow myself to block out the percentage of that I could be wrong, because I want to be able to enjoy it. I want to go on the ride, and if I'm disappointed in the first round, I'm disappointed in the first round. If I'm disappointed in the wild card, I'm disappointed. But if they make the World Series like they did in 2022, I want to enjoy that. I don't want to say this team can't win. I mean, some people out there are the kind of fans that they get to a point where they just say, you know what, I don't think they can win, and therefore I'm not watching anymore. And if you were that person after the Met game on Sunday, or on Wednesday, you probably didn't tune in for the game last night. You missed an epic 4-home run night and a fun night at the ballpark, all because of one game that you decided, I don't like the way this game went, and therefore I'm no longer watching.
Well, first of all, if someone's bailing after one game or
but there are
2
people
games,
like that out there.
What I'm saying is they're not really fans.
No, they think they are such fans that their fandom and passion outweighs the players' passion for the game. And that's when the fan says, I want to win more than you do, and now I'm bailing. Or that game alone might not be the reason, but a culmination of games, and that one being the tip of the iceberg, people saying, this team just can't win, I'm out. And believe me, I know those people.
Yeah, they're called Sixer fans.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of those people out there that say, this team just can't win it. I know they can't. And that's the thing. There's a lot of people out there who want to be right. That want to be right, and by wanting to be right, they say this team will not win it. And I want to prove that they won't win it by no longer watching them, because I said they won't win on August 28th, and I'm going to prove to you that I don't think they can win by no longer supporting them and watching this.
And again, to me, those people, I don't think there's enough of those people that opinion in that part of the fan base should matter. I'm talking about the people who are the majority of the fan base that I run into and talk to and see online, Mike, which is...
Oh, your mentions are different than mine.
Well, you also have a very strange feed, so I can't speak to the oddities of your feed. I'm talking about the people who are more in line with the real people, not the people who live online in their mom's basement, okay?
Wow.
I'm talking about the people
Took
who,
a shot at everybody who comments on my feed.
Well, there's a lot of people out there who are trolls, and they're not real people, okay? They're people who would never say the things they would say online to people's faces. They're not real people to me online, some of them. Not all of them, some of them. I'm talking about the people who look at the Phillies and say, like the Sixers, look, the regular season's great, but are you going to do something in the postseason? And the frustration is that you've had 3 straight years now of disappointment and regression. And so last night is the night that everyone enjoys. Everybody loves it. But they also wake up today being like, it's going to show up in the postseason?
Well, I'm wondering if there were people that after they got swept by the Mets said, you know what, I'm not investing my night in this Phillies team, maybe for just last night, and missed out on that 4-home run night. Now, again, I'm saying I'm not putting any stock in the big picture from that game, like Nola last night.
But you're saying also you're not putting the stock in the game before as well. You're saying
correct.
The Phillies losing 6-0, the Phillies winning, was it 19-5 or whatever it was?
Yeah, I don't look at the Mets series.
You're not looking at either game as a definition of this team.
No, I don't look at the Mets series and the sweep and the way they lost and say, okay, I'm out. And I also don't look at last night by the way they won and say, I'm back in. I just say, you know what? Can they win the World Series? Sure. Do I think they will? Not necessarily, but they have just as big of a shot as everybody else does. I don't think the Brewers are unbeatable. I don't think the Cubs are unbeatable. I don't think the Padres are unbeatable. I don't think the Dodgers are unbeatable. I think the Dodgers at some point could, at their ceiling, be very difficult to beat. I don't think anybody in the American League is, oh, man, even if you made the World Series, you're not beating that team. In fact, You can make a strong argument that if you get out of the National League, you would be disappointed if you didn't win the World Series. I mean, Toronto's pretty good. I don't know that Toronto has that.
They don't have that guy.
That pitcher.
Yeah, they don't have that pitcher that you look at and you're like, we got to worry about that guy.
If you played Detroit and you got stuck facing Skubal, that'd be a tough series.
Yes.
Detroit would be a tough matchup for Philly because they have a left-handed ace. Any team that has a left-handed ace at the top of the rotation that you would have to face twice in a series, like Detroit, I think that would be tough. I don't know that there's another team that has that left-handed starter at the top of the rotation that would be that. Like, I think Detroit would possibly be the worst situation for you. Blake Snell's not the same type of pitch. He's not on that level. And the Phillies have seen Blake Snell before in play. Well, Clayton Kershaw's actually pitched pretty well. It'll be interesting now that their pitching's kind of back. Yamamoto's back. Glass now, Snell, Kershaw's pitching well. Ohtani, I think, went 5 the other night.
Yeah, you went 5 innings, yeah.
So they're starting to get their pitching kind of back to where it was. But the point I'm making is no team makes me feel, that team's, you're not beating them.
Right. There's no team out there that you're necessarily scared of. But that's why the whole idea, Mike, of this team's inconsistency is so scary, because now there's a part of you that says, you know what's going to happen? This team's going to beat themselves. And that's what's going to be disheartening in the postseason.
609-403-0973. Yeah, if the Phillies end up losing, it will generally be because their offense went ice cold again, and they basically could not score again. Same script as we've seen through the years. I think that's what everybody is kind of
nervous about,
setting themselves up for, right?
There is a level of nervousness when it comes to this team right now, because while you enjoy the one night, the next day, what do you say? You got a buffoon like me walking in here asking Mike Gill, if the playoffs started tomorrow, who's your 3 starting pitchers? And Mike Gill says, come on, man, it's August 29th.
609-403-0973. Text board's open. Yeah, last night, Phils win, Mets lose. So it's a 5-game lead over the Mets again in the National League East. Now, as far as the National League, Phillies are 5.5 behind the Brewers. And remember, they start playing each other Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. They're off on Tuesday. They're tied with the Dodgers right now for the number 2 seed, but the Phillies have the tiebreaker over the Dodgers, but they play 3 more games coming up. So that will be a huge series when those 2 teams play. So right now, National League, Brewers, Phillies, Dodgers, 1, 2, 3. And your 3 wild cards are Cubs, Padres, and the Mets. That's the playoffs right now with the final month of the season left to go. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He was up at Citi Field for all 3 games. And now, by the way, the game tonight is on Apple TV+. We're going to talk to Doug Glanville in the 3 o'clock hour. Bob Wankel, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat tonight at 5 o'clock. The Eagles have put out their depth chart for the game. Some interesting tidbits on that. They have added more players to the practice squad. The fallout from the Micah Parsons trade. It's a happy hour Friday, and I need your help. 609-403-0973. What are you having this weekend? Hit me up. I got some good picks for you. What's in your fridge? What are you watching the games with this weekend? College football's back. You ready to go? Happy hour Friday, everybody. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 2:27 on a happy hour Friday. People texted in their happy hour Friday picks. Got a nice one here. A little Queen Sickle from Bonesaw Brewing. Nice can. Like that one. What's that little orange, like, creamsicle? Yeah, orange vanilla cream ale. I don't know if that's up my alley, but I'll let you have that one for yourself, man. But I like Bonesaw, a little swoosh. I'll give you a little swoosh if you go to Bonesaw. That's my pick up at Bonesaw. Sports Bash Live in an hour from now. Doug Glanville, former Phillies center fielder. Hear what he had to say about Kyle Schwarber's epic night last night. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. He was up at Citi Field for the Phillies' failures, but I don't know that you were there to see maybe one of the more epic games I don't know, that you could even think of. I don't know how many times. It's only happened 21 times for Mike McGarry, and something tells me that you weren't there.
No, I wasn't there. Maybe that's why Kyle Schwarber went deep 4 times. I was in Ocean City for the Battle at the Beach, a wonderful event. Saw a couple of great football games, including one between Bergen Catholic and East St. Louis that came down to a 2-point conversion. But, hey, Kyle Schwarber just, the price keeps going up, up, and up.
Yes, up, 4 home runs, 9 RBI in the game last night. Mike, this is why they're so frustrating, right? You and I can talk on Wednesday about the failures against the Mets. They get shut out that night. They absolutely have problems at Citi Field. You asked the manager about it. And then last night it looks like, what are you guys talking about, problems? What kind of problems do we have? And the whole offense, which wasn't just Schwarber. Schwarber overshadowed the fact that Bader almost hit for the cycle. Harper hit a home run. Kepler hit a home run. Real Muto hit a home run. This is who they are, right? We got to stop with the Rubik's Cube. This is who they are.
Yeah, and this is baseball too, Mike, because you notice the other result last night is the Mets sweep the Phillies, and then the Marlins come into town and they beat the Mets 7-4. So, baseball, really, momentum does not carry over day to day. It's you're only as momentum as that day's starting pitcher. And, I just think they're inconsistent, but so is everybody else in baseball. So it's just going to come down to who can stay the most consistent for the longest in October.
Well, I think one of the interesting parts about last night, the fact that Schwarber hits the 4 home runs, kind of out the window here. But it's the other stuff that kind of sticks out to me that I want to get your thoughts on, Mike. And that's Max Kepler hits a home run last night. And Nick Castellanos doesn't start against the right-hander. And Harrison Bader almost hit for the cycle. He's the guy in center field. Are the Phillies inching more and more towards that platoon to Castellanos, or is this more still the feel, and we'll just see how this plays out?
I think it's still the feel, but it's definitely a meritocracy. I mean, right now, you can't take Harrison Bader out of the lineup. Now, me saying that, he'll probably be out of the lineup today, but he is hot. He is playing a tremendous center field. You can't take him out of the lineup. Max Kepler has kind of found himself a little bit. Brandon Marsh kind of slumping a little bit, and Castellanos hot and cold. But I think, Rob Thompson, this isn't travel baseball or Little League baseball where you're concerned about people's feelings. And, you might lose a guy, but you got to put the best team out there to win. And right now, the best Phillies outfield, to me, definitely has Harrison Bader in center field.
Yeah, and Kepler, I mean, he's been a guy who's been much maligned, but are we okay if Max Kepler pretty much gets the majority of the playing time because he's the left-handed bat? Is that what we would like to see if you're a Phillies fan? Mike, you're around these guys all the time. Do we think Kepler as the guy against right-handers and Castellanos against left-handers, that works for them?
Yeah, I'm not ready to go full platoon yet, Mike. I'm not ready to trust Max Kepler 110%. Plus, I think you don't want to bury a guy. You don't want to have Nick Castellanos playing 2 times a week or Kepler playing once or twice a week. So I think you got to figure out a way to get a guy 3, 4, 5 starts a week in that mix. Because, again, you never know who's going to be hot in the postseason. I mean, we've seen Nick Castellanos carry the Phillies through a series in the postseason. We've also seen him, kill the Phillies in a postseason series. And I'm not ready to just, because Kepler's had a good couple of weeks here, forget the first 6 months of the season or the first 3-4 months of the season. So I still think it's a balancing act. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't trust either guy 100% to go full platoon. I'm still going to try to, mix and match my way. The guy that I do trust, though, is Harrison Bader. Defensively and offensively, he's got to be your everyday center fielder, I think.
Well, 4 for 5 last night. He is up to 269 with a 351 on base percentage. That's the big number there. He's been on base a lot. Last night he almost hit for the cycle. He's been kind of the hot bat there. Now, the other night when they faced a right-hander in New York, they actually sat Marsh and played 2 right-handed hitters, Castellanos and Bader. So I thought that was interesting, but as you kind of hinted at, maybe they just don't have a platoon yet, but the formula seems to be working at this point. And I wonder, Mike, is that their way of combating all the streakiness? Is, you know what? We're so streaky, you're just not going to play every day. And we're hoping the day that you do play that you get a hit or two.
Yeah, I mean, maybe embrace the streakiness and play the hot guy and not play the guy who's not hitting well. You said the other night, I'm sure if Harrison Bader was not hitting the ball the way he has been hitting the ball recently, let's say he was in an 0 for 20 slump, then against the right-hander, you would have seen Brandon Marsh in there, even though Brandon Marsh had not been hitting the ball great. But you say, hey, lefty against a righty, maybe he goes in there, he gets hot, but Bader was the hot guy. That means Marsh doesn't get his usual platoon start in center field. Yeah, I think you're riding the hot guy, but again, it's a balancing act because you don't want to, you can't get hot on the bench. So you're trying to, the other night, we asked Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson was asked before the game, do you want 3 guys to emerge in that outfield and 3 guys grab the outfield spots, and that's your outfield every day, left, center, right, the same every day? And Rob Thompson's answer was, I want 5 guys hot. I want all 5 outfielders hot. So he's trying to, maybe that's a little greedy, but he's trying to manage to put all those outfielders in position where they can get hot and help the team.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to keep all 5 guys happy, really. I mean, Wilson gets his little time here and there, but the other 4, he is trying to find ways to keep them all relevant, and I'm interested to see if they can figure out a way to do it. Because right now it seems, some nights it works. The Mets series, it didn't really work. I mean, nobody did anything in that series. Last night, everybody, all the buttons he pushed were right. Did you learn anything last night from Aaron Nola? Any takeaways from his start?
Just a solid start, another step in the right direction for him. And again, I think that starting rotation is kind of interesting. I think the Phillies need Nola to continue to advance, to continue to progress, because one of the things that came out of the New York series for me, and a little bit of a red flag, a little bit of a concern with Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo. I'm not going to – they both had bad outings or okay outings, and I'm not going to panic about that. But what worries me is Sanchez on the road, says he caught his cleat on the mound, and he said that threw off his rhythm and affected his confidence a little bit. And Luzardo seemed rattled a little bit or flustered by the home plate umpire. I think in the playoffs, especially on the road, things are going to go wrong. So you would like to see those 2 guys handle those situations a little bit better than they handled them in New York. Maybe that was a learning lesson for them in New York. They'll be better the next time. But I'd feel a lot better about the Phillies' postseason chances if I had a veteran Aaron Nola pitching like the Aaron Nola that we've seen over the years.
All right, 19 runs last night against this Braves team. They'll play the Braves, obviously, the rest of the weekend. Then they had the Brewers. As much as, they got swept, they were up 4. They win last night. The Mets lose. Big picture, though. You put any extra stock or anything else in this game, or is this just the ups and downs, as Rob Thompson likes to say? It's baseball. And then that ticks everybody off. You can't say it's baseball. Where's your sense of urgency?
Yeah, I mean, it is that's baseball, and it is math, right? I mean, even though Harrison Bader told me the other night in the clubhouse that nobody got into the Phillies clubhouse by doing math, but sometimes it's good to look at the math. The Phillies are 5 games up with 28 games to go. They're in, a comfortable lead in this division. The Mets are 4 up on the Cincinnati Reds for that last wild card spot. They're in a comfortable spot there. To me, right now, the question is not are the Phillies going to win that division. I think they'll be fine unless they lose 4 games to the Mets at Citizens Bank Park next week. To me, Phils and Dodgers tied for that number 2 seed. I think the Phils need that number 2 seed to make a deep playoff run.
Well, they're tied right now with the Dodgers. They'll play the Brewers this weekend. They're 5.5 behind the Brewers, and they'll play the Dodgers on a West Coast trip coming up later on in September, and they are tied with the Dodgers. So by no means is anything decided in the National League, although it looks like the 6 teams feel pretty decided. Do you think the Reds can catch the Mets, or do you think that we feel pretty good that the 6 teams are good at this point?
I feel pretty good about the 6 teams. Again, I believe the Mets have a 3-game series coming up with the Cincinnati Reds. I'll throw the same caveat out there I threw with the Phillies and the Mets. As long as the Mets don't get swept in that Cincinnati series, I think they're in good shape. As long as the Phillies don't get swept by the Mets next week, 4 games, I think they're in good shape. I think the 6 teams are set. And, boy, that's quite an impressive playoff field, especially when you look at the teams in the American League. Boy, the National League is going to be tough.
I'll tell you what, we just talked about it before you came on. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, that you're right. If you can, and that's the thing. Do you think that the Brewers are just unbeatable? No. Cubs? No. Mets? You have your struggles at Citi Field, but you would be the home field advantage in that series if you win the division. Padres, the Dodgers are the one team that if they get going and their pitching's all back, that they could be tough. But on the American League side, if you make it to the World Series, you would think that the National League team would probably be the favorite. The one bad matchup for the Phillies is probably Detroit because of Skubal and being left-handed, and you would face him twice.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I'm not really in fear of any of the American League teams. I think the team that you pointed out that is correct right there is the Dodgers. The Dodgers, to me, are the team to absolutely watch. I think to a large degree they've kind of slept-walked through this regular season, and they might wake up for the playoffs, and if they do wake up for the playoffs, they're going to be tough to beat. So I think that is the team that I kind of worry about is the Dodgers, basically.
All right, Mike, before we get out of here, of course, it's a busy weekend. Phil's, Braves. The Mets are finishing up with the Marlins for 2 more over there. Then Memorial Day, we'll have both the Mets and the Phillies right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies will turn their attention to the Brewers. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. And the Mets on Memorial Day, Monday, we'll have that game on 97.3 ESPN as the Mets will turn their attention after this Marlins series to the Tigers. So they got a tough series against the Tigers, although they will miss Skubal in the series. So it'll be Phillies and the Brewers and the Mets and the Tigers. You got all that. There's the baseball. Now, the impact of this Micah Parsons trade in the NFC in your mind?
Well, I mean, the Cowboys kind of take a step back, but to me the Cowboys are kind of a mystery team, right? I mean, they have some good players, but they lack depth. We don't know what they're going to get, but you take one of the best defenders in football out of the division. If I'm the Eagles, Giants, and Commanders, I'm doing cartwheels. You're taking one of the best players in football out of the division, but who knows with the Cowboys? They still have some good players. They have some question marks, but again, I just look at it, hey, the Giants don't have to worry about Micah Parsons. The Eagles don't have to worry about Micah Parsons on Thursday night. To me, it's like the Commanders trading Jaden Daniels or the Giants getting rid of Dexter Lawrence. You get rid of one of the best players in the division, it's good for everybody else in the division.
Well, you got that, but does this now make the Packers a legitimate threat, or were they already a legitimate threat, or more of a threat?
Yeah, the Packers, to me, Mike, I don't know. They're one of those teams, again, I don't know what they're going to get. To me, Jordan Love is a guy who can go in a game and play great. He's a guy who can go in a game and throw 3-4 interceptions and not perform well. So, yeah, I see where Micah Parsons bolsters the Packers. But, again, the Packers are one of those teams, tough division there, Vikings, Bears, Lions. Obviously the Packers are better, but I just don't know what you're going to get out of that NFC North, basically. Obviously.
Well, it sounds like we lost Mike. I know he is on his way to Delaware to check out Mainland against Atlantic City. And as always on a Friday, we appreciate him on the Sports Bash Live. We'll catch up with him on Wednesday when we're back here on the Sports Bash. Check out the coverage of Mainland Atlantic City over at pressofac.com. We appreciate Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. All right, John McMullen's going to talk about the trade and the Eagles who set their depth chart. That's coming up in about 15 minutes from now. When we come back, it's the final Friday Five. That means the season's here. We've been doing the Friday Five all summer long. We got weeks 17 and 18 this week. This is the final Friday Five, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. We'll do that next on the Sports Bash. Doug Glanville at 3:30 today. A Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat, 5 o'clock. Don't go anywhere, and let me know what you're having this weekend on a happy hour Friday. I got people texting in Golden Road Mango Cart on the text board. What else we got over here? Got some more pictures. Unter Dog by Yards, Oktoberfest season. He'll be enjoying. So we're in some college football. That's Zach and EHT. Unter Dog by Yards. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Gonna have to check that one out. What else we got? Couple more. Oh, some pictures. Couple crushes and ponies are in store. Look at those little pony Miller High Lifes out on the beach. Keep them coming. What are you having this weekend for the games? Send a picture in. That'd be nice. I could use one right now. There's nobody left here except for me and Josh. That's it. We'll just start hanging out, drinking beers with you guys. Why not? More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 249 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's time for the Friday Five, where we'll take a look at the 5 best games in Week 17 and 18 this year. And then when Week 17 and 18 get here, we'll see if these are still the 5 best games for that week. You know how to play there, Josh?
I think I figured it out by now.
All right. Well, this is week number 17, which is the Christmas week. This is the Christmas game week. So we have a lot of the TBDs this week, but we do know the Christmas week here. So let's take a look at some of the games this week that make my Friday Five. Number 5 on the list. This is no particular order, by the way. Going to go Dallas and Washington on Netflix, Christmas Day. Number 5 in the Friday Five.
NFC East matchup.
Denver, Kansas City, Christmas Day on Prime Video.
Huge AFC West matchup.
Detroit, Minnesota, Christmas Day on Netflix.
You've really tried to pigeonhole the Vikings into every single week this year.
Well, if you look at the rest of the schedule, I don't think that you're going to disagree with me. How about you got all these TBD flex games. I'm going to go Baltimore, Green Bay. That's got to be on the list.
100%.
And the 5th game would be Houston and the Chargers. You all right with that?
I'm good with it. I think a game you could have considered potentially was the Rams and Falcons.
I did. I think of all the teams, though, Baltimore, Green Bay, both playoff teams. Houston, Chargers, both playoff teams. Denver, Kansas City, both playoff teams from a year ago. Detroit, Minnesota, both made the playoffs a year ago. So it's either Dallas, Washington, or L.A. Falcons. NFC East, a little bit more intriguing for me. Washington defending runners-up in the NFC, so I got them slightly ahead of the Rams. I got Dallas and Atlanta about on the same peg, so I'll go NFC East.
And currently the Eagles are scheduled to play at 4:25 that day on Fox against the Bills.
Week 18 in the Friday Five. These are all TBD games. Every single one of them is in the flex. All right? 5 best games outside of the Eagles game that I'm interested in this week. Baltimore, Pittsburgh on the list.
Could be the deciding game for who wins the division.
They're all division games this week, by the way. L.A. Chargers, Denver.
I'm curious to find out, will that be a game with seeding on the line or not at that point?
I think all these games would be, and that's why I'm picking them. Now, when Week 18 gets here, we'll see how I did on picking these 5 best games. Green Bay, Minnesota.
It's pretty obvious.
Detroit, Chicago. I think that division is just going to be very competitive. So those 2 games, like one of them might get dropped off if one of those teams is like last place.
Right.
So, and then the 5th game that week would be probably Seattle and San Francisco, maybe. So you got all these matchups in the division. That makes it tough to pick 5 of them because somebody's going to be in last and somebody might be in first.
Someone's going to be a loser.
Yeah. Someone's going to be a loser. So they are the Friday Five. Any other game in this week's 18?
Cardinals, Rams.
Yeah, Cardinals, Rams could be in there, but I think Seattle and San Francisco. I don't know. The Cardinals and Rams probably could be out there. I guess I'm putting.
You're putting more stock in Seattle than Arizona.
Possible. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should because I think I like the Rams better than I like San Francisco.
Do you like the Cardinals or the Seahawks better?
Close. That's a close one.
It's a preference, right? It's, Murray versus Darnold. It's Gannon versus McDonald, 2 defensive-minded head coaches.
I mean, if Carolina surprises, they played Tampa the last week.
I think Carolina's gonna have a rough year. They've gotten rid of almost their entire wide receiver corps before the season started.
If Miami and New England surprise, they play each other.
That
Think
would
any
be
of those
very
have like
interesting.
a wild card shot?
New England, a lot of people are looking at them as a team that could, make a big
Yeah,
jump
new
this year.
coach. They spent a lot of money this offseason, so makes you feel like, hey, they could possibly be a surprise team. All right, that's the Friday Five for this week. Hey, the seafood, extraordinary, the value, the tremendous, the sunsets, they're on the house. Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant and the Boathouse Restaurant at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Don't forget to host your fantasy football draft at Yuri's, just like the 97.3 ESPN League did this week. They had their draft there on Tuesday night, and you could choose from catering-sized platters of all sorts of wings and tenders and crab balls and poppers and mott sticks and fries and chips and pretzels and happy hour drinks and all sorts of stuff. Book your fantasy football draft party now and experience the best of the Jersey Shore at Yuri's and the Boathouse at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. 3 o'clock brought to you this hour by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service installation for generations. 609-390-3907. Online, broadleys.net. I'm Mike Gill. What's up? Happy Hour Friday, everybody. More pictures coming in from the beach. Everybody's at the beach listening and watching the show today. Pat in Ocean City's got a little Cape May IPA, and he's got a strong cigar game going there. What are you having this weekend? Send it in, 609-403-0973. John McMullen covers the Eagles. Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. And he joins me right now as a lot happening. The Eagles have getting ready for the Dallas Cowboys, who made some news yesterday, John. I don't know if you saw it or not.
What's bigger, that trade or the Eagles naming their captains? Which is bigger?
Eagles named their captains. They also put out their depth chart. We will get into that because there was a couple interesting nuggets on that. I want to get your take on it. But number one, obviously the Micah Parsons trade is at the top of everyone's list. Number one, what do you think? Everybody's ripping the Cowboys. Is it overreaction because it's the Cowboys and they're an easy target? You look at that deal and say, what are you doing? Does it make sense? How do you shake it down?
Well, I mean, yeah, you should be making fun of Jerry Jones. Unfortunately, he runs the Dallas Cowboys. So, sure, by extension, you make fun of the Cowboys. I mean, Jerry is what he is. He's a great businessman, not a great football man. He just gave up a generational player because, I don't know, I guess his handshake wasn't bond, according to Jerry. I mean, yeah, I can't explain it. But at some point, he's been doing this for years. He'd wait and wait and wait to keep the Cowboys in the headlines. And at some point, a player was going to push it to the point of wanting out no matter what. And I think Micah did that and was able to get to Green Bay. And I think, in a lot of ways, I think that's terrible for the Cowboys and it's terrible for the Eagles because now he's with an organization that's generally run very smartly and will take advantage of the talent that they're given. And like I said, long term, I think the immediate reaction is, oh, well, you don't have to play him twice a year consistently. Well, you might have to play him once a year in very meaningful situations, and that becomes an issue.
You look at Dallas, Jerry Jones said they did this because they're better not only now, but in the future. And his point is we could get 3 to 5 new players. They got 2 first-round picks plus the player in the trade, and he's suggesting the money they saved that they could spread that out now and get more players in here, kind of like their Herschel Walker deal. Does this feel like they have maybe made a tough but smart decision?
No. The Herschel Walker conflation, one, Jimmy Johnson's not there to take advantage of it. Second, they got a lot more for Herschel Walker, and they were able to manifest that to even more by more trades. And again, that was Jimmy Johnson, who's a much sharper football mind, or was at the time. So, no, that's, this has been going on in the NFL since the beginning of time, that you always say, well, the draft pick and door number 3 and the uncertainty and so many ways you look to replace superstar players and it doesn't work out. So, and Micah's only 26, I think. So he's in the prime of his career. Generally, if you look at the Eagles, who are one of the smarter run organizations in the NFL, if you get a good player, you pay the good player. If you get a great player, you pay the great player. It's the difficulty is deciding on the guys in that demarcation line. And this year, you saw it with the Eagles in free agency. Milton Williams was below that line. Josh Sweat is below that line. Jalen Carter next year, he'll be above that line as long as everything goes to plan. If you have great players, you keep great players.
Did they get enough in return then? All right, they just couldn't come to an agreement. I want to keep you, keep great players, but we're going to make the trade anyway. Did they get enough in return? Do you say, hey, they traded them, bad decision, but at least they got enough?
No, even that from the standpoint of Kenny Clark's a descending player. Jerry's whole explanation was bizarre. Yeah, he's like, and I wanted a defensive tackle because they had trouble stopping the run, and he's trying to backhand Micah's ability to stop the run and all that kind of stuff out the door. You know, he's a post-30, he's a declining player. He was a very good player in his prime, but he is declining. And the mentality is that if you're going to trade a superstar, you don't set out with the mentality, oh, I need a defensive tackle. You know, you get the best players or players available to reach that status of where you want to go, and you figure the rest of it out. As far as the draft picks, hey, Green Bay was 23rd last year. I would be stunned if they're not 28 to 32 this year because they have them. So both of those picks and the next year, both of those picks are going to be very low picks. And the odds of them getting a player or even a compilation of players with Jerry Jones making those decisions is very, very small.
John McMullen, Birds 365, the fallout from the trade, obviously. You kind of hinted at it, but is this a steal for the Packers? This is a team that lost to the Eagles in the playoffs last year. They lost them on opening night. It was a 22-10 game, if my memory serves correct, in that wild card game there. Does this put them, into that next level as legit Super Bowl contenders?
Yeah, I think that, I think they're in that category now. I think they're one of the 5 or 6 teams that can legitimately say we have a shot to win it all now. It's about more than one person. It's about more than a quarterback. Everybody likes to boil it down to quarterback versus quarterback. It's the ultimate team game, as Nick always calls it. So they're not going to win because of Micah Parsons, but this gets them closer. And again, it's an organization that generally, like the Eagles, makes good decisions. So they will continue to make good decisions on top of this. And now you have a franchise cornerstone to build on defensively. I think they have a chance to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
Well, the Eagles will play the Packers, of course, in Week 10. They'll play the Cowboys on Thursday night. You can hear both of those games on 97.3 ESPN. And what do you think of the deal, the contract? Too much, or, hey, that's the going rate for the best player in the league?
No, that's
I don't want to say best player in the league. I don't want to say best player in the league, but maybe he is the favorite for defensive player of the year. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the conversation for being the best defensive player in the league, and that's just how contracts work. It's the timing. Everybody knew whether he was going to be in Dallas or traded somewhere else, he was going to be the highest paid player in NFL history until the next guy comes up, and that's how contracts work. So it was always going to be near that number, no matter where he was going, and that's one of the reasons the Eagles couldn't get involved at this stage. Same with Myles Garrett before. But, as wacky as Jerry has become, I never thought he would even entertain trading him in the division. And from the Eagles standpoint, they were never in the conversation as well because they're not in a position to add that type of player, that type of money at this stage. So it was never going to be a fit from that standpoint. But wherever he ended up, everybody knew he was going to be the highest paid defensive player of all time until the next star comes up, and they will be.
All right, let's look at Philadelphia now as they'll get ready for Dallas, who does not have this player. What is Dallas's defense? I just saw a tweet from Clay Harbor, former Eagles tight end. He got this from ESPN, but he's the one that I saw it from. He says the Cowboys had the NFL's best defense on the field with Micah Parsons by EPA per play. In the same category metric, when he did not play, they were the worst defense in the league. So what is the Dallas defense without Micah Parsons now?
Well, last year, it was a disaster without him. But I do think they're going to be better this year with Matt Eberflus as the defensive coordinator. I don't think he was a good head coach in Chicago, but I think he's a very good defensive coordinator. So just from that standpoint, I think the game had kind of passed Mike Zimmer by a little bit, so I think they're going to be better. They also had a ton of injuries beyond Micah, and some of those guys are going to get back eventually. DeMarvion Overshown is not going to be back, thankfully for you, but he's a really good player. Deron Bland was hurt, Trayvon Diggs, so their best defensive tackle, their Big O, Oso was hurt. So they had a bunch of, it wasn't just Micah Parsons, but obviously he was the biggest part as far as why things derailed defensively last year. And a lot of those guys are going to be back, whether it's week one or a little bit later. So they should be better than they were last year. But I think that's pretty low bar once all the injuries took hold.
All right, John, let's look at the Eagles side of things. Their depth chart was out today, and I know this is not hard and fast, but there were some interesting parts about it that we can certainly dive a little deeper into and get your take on it. Number one, the linebacker spot. Jahad Campbell and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. both listed as the starters there. So do we expect to see both those guys get a share of the time come Thursday night?
Yeah, I do think, Trotter's earned a role. Obviously, I think Campbell's going to play more, but I do think it's not. If you think about it, last year it was Zach was the dime linebacker, so he was the only linebacker on the field 100% of the time, and then N'Kobe was on there because they very rarely played dime, 95% of the time, say, when he was healthy. I don't think it'll be that way. I think from that secondary role, Zach will continue to be the 3-down linebacker no matter what. And then I think Trotter's earned a role, and we'll see what it looks like. It is interesting in practice that, when they go through individual drills, Trotter's still second in line behind Vaughn, not Campbell. If you see the depth chart, if you see it's Campbell/Trotter, and he got more first-team reps at the end of camp when we're able to watch the whole practice. So they're both going to play. I think Campbell's going to play more, but it's not going to be just two starters. I think all three are going to play.
All right, the other spot that has the co-starters is at corner, and a lot of people wouldn't be surprised by that, but they might be surprised at who it is. It's Adoree Jackson and Jacorian Bennett. Ringo, by the way, is listed as the backup to Quinyon Mitchell. But Adoree Jackson, Jacorian Bennett, both those guys play, or is it kind of one guy that actually there's three spots that have dual starters. We'll get to the third one in a minute. But Jackson, Bennett, one guy get more time than the other. And are you surprised that Bennett was listed as a co-starter?
No, the slashes, and remember, this is put together by the Eagles PR department, not the coaching staff. The slashes are indicative of where they want to go. Eventually they want to go to Campbell, they want to go to Bennett, and they want to go to Andrew Makuba at safety. But they're probably not going to be there right away full time for any of them. So you have the placeholders, which would be Trotter, Adoree Jackson, and Sidney Brown. And Makuba's not healthy at safety. So, he hasn't practiced. He did not practice on Wednesday or Thursday. So they're off today and tomorrow from the practice field. They'll be back Sunday. And then it's sort of like a typical week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, which would be in a regular Sunday week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If he's not back, Makuba, on Sunday, that's a pretty good indication that he's not going to play in week one.
All right, well, he was listed as one of the co-guys along with Sidney Brown. They did bring in Marcus Epps the other day. So how do you kind of look at that safety spot? Makuba, Sidney Brown's listed as the first guy on the list. I don't know if that matters, but it's Brown/Makuba. Reed Blankenship is the other guy, and no other safeties even really listed on here. It's just the three of those guys.
Well, the depth chart only includes guys on the 53, so Marcus starts on the practice squad, as does Andre Sam. So they could be, elevated. You have two elevations. I expect them to use them. One will likely bring Britton Covey to punt return. We'll see what the other one is, but yeah, they'll probably elevate a safety, I would think, simply because there's only those three guys. And I mean, if Makuba doesn't play, they might elevate. They might have to figure something else out and elevate both Andre Sam and Marcus Epps. And they might have to put somebody on the 53. They're so light at safety.
Yeah, that spot there, Marcus Epps, they brought back the other day. There's also been a lot of practice squad and moving and shaking. There's some reports of guys coming to the practice squad that haven't officially been announced yet. But, John, we're at Friday, less than a week before the game. Do we still think they're tinkering and moving and shaking this roster? A lot of roster management going on to figure out this, the practice squad and everything?
Oh, yeah, there's three guys they're going to add, and that means three guys are going to come off. So, yeah, that'll probably happen Sunday officially. But, yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the practice squad. You're constantly tweaking that thing. You'll see that throughout the year, the back end of it. So they wanted to look at Estime. They brought him in for a visit. They're going to sign him. They're going to sign the kid from New England, the receiver, and they're going to sign Ambry Thomas, who's a cornerback. So those are the three guys coming in on the practice squad, and they're going to have to make corresponding moves and get rid of three players. So now it won't be that drastic once you get it into the season, but you'll see a lot of tweaking of the practice squad.
What do you get, 17 on the practice squad?
16, but you get an international exemption, so that makes it 17.
Gotcha. All right. John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. This week at practice, Britton Covey was hanging around shagging punts. He is not on the 53, so he's not listed as the punt returner. That is right now Cooper DeJean, backed up by Jahan Dotson. But will Britton be back on Thursday night?
Yeah, I mean, that's why they brought him here. So unless there's something, he obviously had a pretty significant injury last year, but he did go through camp with the Rams, so I presume he's healthy. But, yeah, I expect him to be elevated to be the punt returner. Unless, again, if Makuba can't go, you might have to elevate both safeties. So injuries could factor into that, but Britton's obviously here to return punts because they want to take that off Cooper DeJean's plate, which, I don't get, but it's the mentality of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You can't let him return punts. He might get hurt on punts. He might. He might get hurt on defense. So I don't. That's one I don't understand the NFL's thinking, but that's the way they believe, and that's the way they'll go.
All right. Backup offensive line, by the way. It looks like Fred Johnson, Brett Toth, Drew Kendall, Matt Pryor, and Cameron Williams. And I read those off because Landon Dickerson is in the depth chart, and it possibly means he should play on Thursday night. But Brett Toth is the backup at that spot, so something to keep an eye on there. Willie Lampkin, who they signed the other day, was listed as the third left guard, but it looks like Dickerson should be ready to go. So that's the backup line for you, or do you think there'll be a different configuration if somebody got hurt?
Oh yeah, you can't carry all those guys because you only can activate 48 players. So yeah, like Cam Williams, there's not a chance in the world he's going to be active on Thursday night. So yeah, you're going to have.
So if Lane went down, who would play right tackle? Fred, right?
No, my thought, Matt Pryor can handle the right side.
Okay.
So I don't think they'll have a swing to. Fred's here to back up Jordan Mailata. I think Matt Pryor would play right tackle because he's got a lot of better right-handed players. He's got a lot of experience there. And he'd be the backup at right guard. So you generally keep 8 offensive linemen. That'll be Fred, Pryor. Matt Pryor can handle both guard spots, and Drew Kendall as well. are probably going to be the active offensive line.
All right. Here we go. Thursday night, right here on 97.3 ESPN. That is the Eagles' look at their depth chart, which popped out today. And obviously, this is done by the Eagles communication department. So the coaches might look at it a little differently, and we'll see that all unfold next week. Eagles off the next couple days. Tuesday, we're back here on the Sports Bash taking a look at Eagles and Cowboys. And, of course, John McMullen will be with us next week as well here on the Sports Bash. All right, man, enjoy the weekend. No practice the next couple days. Enjoy that, man.
Yeah, 2-day, but Sunday, Monday. No Labor Day for us. We'll say that.
Yeah, well, I'm working Labor Day, too, so maybe I'll hook up with you.
All right, buddy.
All right, take care. John McMullen, everybody. Birds 365 at JF McMullen. Sports Illustrated on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. At Mike Gill Show. Yes, we are here on a happy hour Friday. You're driving down the shore, you're hanging out. We got all the coverage of the Phillies and Braves tonight. As soon as that lineup drops, we'll get it to you here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. See this story? Jason Kelsey got approached by YouTube to be a part of the Chargers-Chiefs coverage for the game in Brazil, but ESPN said, not so fast, my friend. ESPN says their broadcasters cannot appear on YouTube or Netflix games, so you're not going to see the cross-pollination of ESPN broadcasters going on those streaming services anymore. Although they let the one go to Amazon Prime.
They did let the one go to Amazon Prime, but I think the YouTube thing is also because of the fact that ESPN and YouTube are going to be in a bit of a carrier disagreement pretty soon.
Well, they fixed the Fox thing.
They fixed the Fox thing, but ESPN's the next one that's going to be a problem. Because apparently now there's a whole issue with we were supposed to get the ESPN Unlimited, but not as unlimited as we thought it was. And, yeah, that's going to be a fun thing for the next few months.
So Phil's lineup's not out today, but I would imagine, this is my guess, they're facing a right-hander tonight in Elder.
Right.
And I'm interested to see, do they sit Kepler after he had the big night? Do they go back to Castellanos, or do they sit Casty for 2 nights in a row?
If they sit Casty for 2 nights in a row, that's a bold move.
Definitely would be a message there. All right, that you are definitely, I don't want to say definitely in a platoon, but it would definitely strengthen the possibility that you're leaning that way. Real quick, Castellanos is 4 for 8 with 4 home runs against Bryce Elder.
Sounds like he should start.
Something tells me he'll be in the lineup tonight. Other guys, Bohm has had some success. Marsh has had some success. Kepler's 0 for 4. Bader's 0 for 4. I would imagine Castellanos is in against even a right-hander, and Kepler's out of the game. Kepler would be out of the game. By the way, Schwarber's 0 for 6. You got to check when we come back. Let's check the Doug Glanville's going to join us on the other side. Got to check the home run odds for Schwarber tonight. What kind of odds can you get for a Schwarber home run tonight? 5 in 2 games.
That's a good question.
More Sports Bash coming up. When we come back, Doug Glanville from ESPN Radio, Sunday Night Baseball, joins me to talk some Phils and Braves and Mets and Dodgers and NL and playoffs and baseball, all right here on the Sports Bash.
seen Kyle Schwarber for a long time, and I got to cover Indiana, Florida State regional, super regional back in the day when he was still there.
Oh, wow.
And he was a catcher. But when I watched him hit, Kyle Schwarber just was a major league hitter amongst kids. I mean, he was that good in college, always squared it up. And last night, what was so impressive is he's hitting the ball off of lefties. He's hitting it off of righties. He's hitting off speed pitches. He's going opposite field with one hand. I mean, the guy's always had epic power.
ESPN's Doug Glanville, former Philly. That was his take on Clinton and Friends today on 97.3 ESPN. The epic power of Kyle Schwarber. I want to get his take on Schwarber and his potential MVP candidacy, which is plus 500 right now, behind Ohtani, who's minus 1,000. The other interesting thing here is, if you want to try to bet for Schwarber to hit a home run tonight in the game, it's plus 170, I think it was. If you want to bet on him to hit a home run tonight in the game, plus 190 it is over at DraftKings. So if you want to get in on that, you can. I wouldn't bet against it. Bryce Elder on the mound tonight. Schwarber has never had a hit off him, 0 for 6, although Castellanos is 4 for 8. All 4 of his hits off him have been home runs, and Castellanos is plus 550 tonight to go yard against Bryce Elder. I don't know if he's in the lineup tonight. We're going to talk to Doug Glanville about that and more right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN as former Phillies center fielder Doug Glanville, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, joins us right now on the Sports Bash. The Phillies will be on Sunday Night Baseball. They'll also be on Labor Day Monday right here on 97.3 ESPN. Doug, you've been a part of a lot of games. That game last night from Kyle Schwarber, one of the great offensive outputs we've ever seen.
Wow. Well, the All-Star game was, I think he took that second half and said, wait a minute, let me rewrite history here. Just an incredible performance. And I've been fortunate to know Kyle Schwarber for a long time because I covered him when he was at Indiana in the Super Regionals NCAA tournament against Florida State. And actually, Florida State had Jameis Winston. They had Luke Weaver, the Yankees setup guy. And even then, he looked like he was playing at another level. And the thing that I was curious about Schwarber is he seemed to be a guy that could probably hit 300 if he sort of decided to. He was hitting the ball all over the field, but he ended up running into this really perfect swing, just the right launch angle and power to be this really elite home run hitter. And the fact that he's just being able to do this consistently for so many years to just flirt with 50 home runs or have the number of RBIs he's getting year after year from the leadoff slot or wherever you put him is just how good he's really become. 9
RBI in the game last night, by the way, for Kyle Schwarber. And you look, I know everybody loves Ohtani and he's the clear favorite, but if Schwarber has games like this, is that something that stands out if you're looking at an MVP?
Oh, I think so, and because you think of like Ohtani having the year he's had, in the past or last year, and then go 50-50, you say, well, wait a minute, when you're making history, on a daily basis, and you're pitching, there's something to that. But look, Schwarber is a guy that is going to be, he's coming on by storm right now, and he continues this home run, and Ohtani's not hit as much for average. There's things that are like, okay, well, wait a minute. I think the door is open for Schwarber to receive very serious consideration as an MVP. And because I don't think that race it's not, you're not just going to give it to Ohtani. He's not pitched as much as he has in the past. He's coming back. I'm sure he'll do some amazing things, but Schwarber's got some really incredible numbers this year and then games like last night.
When you see the Phillies and you see them this weekend, during the week against the Mets, they've had a ton of problems at Citi Field. Did you ever have an opponent, Doug, where whenever you played at their place or against that team, you didn't play well and you couldn't figure out why? When you watch the Phillies and the Mets, do you watch and wonder why it goes the way that it does?
Yeah, I think when you have like the sort of body of evidence of of years of that rivalry, or just within the recent times when the Mets, now and the Mets and Phillies are always at a race against each other. That is a little bit new because a lot of years one was good and the other wasn't. It was sort of a not very often that you had to kind of at the end. There was the sort of the one collapse year the Phillies had, and the Mets sort of came on, and they've seen a lot of different versions. But now the last couple of years, you're like, wow, these are two really good teams. So I think it just puts a different color on, mistakes that you make, defensive miscues, late inning heroics. You kind of realize that these teams are always setting up for playoff-type baseball. That's a good thing. It's fun, and the pressure of it, whether it's, created epic heroic moments like Schwarber, or whether it creates, mistakes that makes you realize you have to clean up your game a bit. That's the barometer they've become for each other, and it's just great for baseball. It's a lot of fun, and they're geographic rivals, and I grew up a Phillies fan, so I used to watch the Mets when they ran away with it in like '86, and watch the Phillies just try to get in the mix, and it was just fun winning just one game against each other. That still was the world.
Doug, when you look at the Phillies and their offense, it appears that they are, I don't want to say platooning everywhere, but they are trying to keep at least four of the five guys happy. I think Wilson kind of knows his role a little bit, but when you're watching them in the way that they're doing this, is this a recipe for success in your mind?
Well, what I like about it is, the model I look at is the Detroit Tigers, because, something A.J. Hinch said the first game of the season this year when we did Tigers-Dodgers in L.A., and he said, I need my 13 guys so I can beat your 9. So the teams that are rolling out like the same lineup or have a sort of core group, those guys, are established. They hit lefties, they hit righties, whatever it may be. The Phillies have had to adapt a little bit just to get more to the production, whether center field or rotating the outfield, and focus on matchups. The advantage of that is tactically, you're always forcing the other team to make decisions to say, well, all right, you're going to bring a left-handed pitcher. I got these guys for you. If you keep them in, you got to go an extra against Trey Turner or face Schwarber one more time. You're forcing them to constantly think about bullpen usage, and teams that go up against the Phillies now with this type of mixing and matching have to really think about how their bullpen's going to match up well. And that can be very flawed. Now, the drawback, if you look at the Tigers as an example, Kerry Carpenter went down with a hamstring injury, and when he went down, they lost that left-handed bat that was sort of the sure thing against righties. So it's really fragile, and if you end up losing somebody or somebody's really slumping, you lose that platoon advantage. And so that's where the Phillies will have to watch it. But the good news with the Phillies is that they have the arms. So if guys slowing down, you could still be like a run prevention team if you need to. And that's a skill set that the Phillies have really well. They can blow you out. Schwarber can hit 4 home runs, or they can pitch you and really have the matchups. And that's why they're such a great contender this year.
Well, a lot of people here would say, yeah, I know they're good. They're going to make the playoffs, but I've seen this team and I've seen this act. What is the counter to that when you watch this team do a lot of things very similarly to what they did in 2022, 2023, and 2024? Very inconsistent offense.
Yeah. Well, and whether that was timing or what played out, you look at this lineup, you're like, okay, there's a lot of guys that are real dangerous hitters. I think the counter is that who's really the runaway team in the National League? Okay, the Brewers have the numbers, but what's tough about the Brewers is, they play sound fundamentals. They run, they defend, they're pressure baseball. They also are just getting a lot of big hits. I don't know if you plan around that. It's very hard to plan around it. And it's coming from different guys every night. They're a lot of fun to watch, and we'll see them on Monday. But I think the challenge is that you can't really build around like, oh, I'm going to get a clutch hit. You have to find other ways. And a lot of that goes back to your core pitching, your core defense, your ability to just have like consistent hitters. That's the challenge that the Phillies face. So who are they going to, who's the doorstopper? Who's going to prevent that run? They're as good as anybody in the National League, period. And that's what's kind of the opportunity right now. And because, we went in the season saying, oh, the Dodgers hand them the trophy.
Yeah.
They went and got Sasaki. They got Yamamoto. They got 13 starting pitchers. And, everybody got hurt, and they kind of been struggling. Mookie Betts had a tough season. And Ohtani, wasn't exactly Ohtani of the whole season. You're like, And I think they're a team that can be beaten. So I think the Phillies are right there.
Pitching, they had Wheeler. They no longer do, and obviously that's a sad story of what happened there. The benchmark of this team, kind of the hallmark of them all year, has been their pitching. But if you lose a pitcher the caliber of Wheeler and look at what's left, is that good enough?
It's good enough. And the reason it's good enough because you have, all right, what do you need in the postseason? You need 3 starters. You just need 3. And, if you got, Ranger Suarez is at his best, let's say. Luzardo, I know he's like hot and cold, but when I feel like, is he tipping pitches? Like what's happened? Because when he's like on, you can't hit him. He's like, okay. So you need to just figure out which guy is going to go in the bullpen, Taijuan Walker, whatever you're going to do, to be the guy that you need to eat up innings if you need it. And then you just need the bullpen to perform. And look, it didn't work the last year. They made all the moves and it just didn't work. They made the right moves to bolster the bullpen, and it didn't deliver. And Hoffman and Strom, guys had tough years, tough postseasons. So I feel like that they're a team that, when you look at these sort of ability to take the postseason by the horns, you just need 3 starters. You have another starter that can be the swing person, maybe 2, maybe Aaron Nola, whoever it is. And all of a sudden you're off to the races. So they certainly have enough arms. There's a lot of teams out there that have 2 really good starters, and you're like, I don't know. And, or at least not established, and you just don't know what they're going to do.
They went out and got Duran in the bullpen. They're going to lose Alvarado. That has been their weak spot all year. Now, Duran, adding him, do you now say, no longer a weak spot for them?
Yeah, I mean, he's a bona fide closer. He's a fire stopper. He's got all the sort of makeup, swagger, plus stuff. And, I know he had a tough start. He got one off the leg, all the things that's happened. But, they made the moves. And Dave Dombrowski's going to do this, right? He's going to get all the personnel you need. And now you just got to win. He'll trade everybody. He'll trade, prospects. He'll move whoever because he's like, I'm winning now. So he puts them in the position to do that. And then it really does come down to execution, a little bit of luck, got to stay healthy. And the pieces are there. So you have the closer, you have bats, you might have to mix and match a little bit. That's not unusual. And you just need the bullpen to just meet the best expectations.
So when you see the Phillies and Braves, the Brewers, on Monday, they'll play the Braves tonight. We know the Braves are obviously not in the playoffs. You kind of hinted a little bit about the Brewers, but if those 2 teams happen to match up, and they're going to play starting Monday on 97.3 ESPN, we'll have that game for you here. How's that matchup look like to you? Do you like a Philly against that Brewers team, or is that Brewers team right now just too good the way they're clicking?
Let me tell you, in this series, I'm looking forward to it because I think this is just going to be like a barn burner. I mean, you have because the Philly fans will respect the Brewers and just how they approach the game because they're scrappy. They run through everything, run through walls. They hustle, they make the plays, they dive everywhere. I mean, they're a team that just plays like that, and the Phillies still have that despite whatever payroll, despite the star power that Dave Dombrowski loves to kind of put together. They're also scrappy. They play with respect of the game to not take it for granted that their talent is enough. That's why I think it's just a fun series because there's a lot of personality overlaps between the two. And that could make a love-hate thing, but I think you get a heck of a rivalry with these teams. So I'm very much looking forward to that series, and because I'm on the call on Monday, and I'm just going to enjoy it.
Yeah, that should be fun. It's right here on 97.3 ESPN. You got the Mets and Tigers before that. The Mets obviously swept the Phillies out. They're playing the Marlins tonight. And then there's the Dodger thing. You just kind of talked about them. They have been scuffling along, yet here they are. Are the Dodgers about to pull up to the Brewers, or do you think they're going to hang around with the Phillies in that second spot, or can either one of these teams surpass the Brewers?
Yeah, it's kind of late for the Dodgers to be like, oh, we're going to rattle off 30 in a row. They just have injuries and just kind of not quite in sync. Mookie Betts is kind of the summary of the Dodgers this year. Had this kind of weird illness early, and then he was like, he's the right fielder. He's going to short. He's at short. He's, kind of figuring it out. He's working hard. Now his offensive numbers are down. Is he getting older? It's just like there's a lot of questions, and they just haven't gotten into that rhythm it's sort of like we would talk to Aaron Boone about Aaron Judge. He's like, I haven't seen him get that like 25 home run month or something. You're just kind of waiting for it, and maybe it's not there. And to some degree, could that be better for them? Because we've seen them win 17 games and get wiped out by the Diamondbacks or the Padres. So I don't see like the big run where they just go 22-3 or something in September. It's obviously a talented team that's capable of being an explosive team in terms of rattling off some wins, but we haven't really seen a lot of that this year from them. And maybe it's just their rotation has just never been the same. Suzuki goes out, this guy, Glasnow's got out, this guy goes out, Kershaw's coming back. It's just like you're not sure who these guys are, and they're kind of running out of time to just like get that stable where you want to be like on that roll going into the postseason and keeping it going.
All right, Doug Glanville's on the call Monday on Labor Day right here on 97.3 ESPN. We have that game for you when the Phillies take on the Brewers. Sunday Night Baseball is also on 97.3 ESPN. They finish that series with the Braves and, of course, Doug Glanville. Now, Schwarber 4 homers last night. Have you ever been in a game where you have been a part of an epic performance where you were a part of it?
I don't know. Not 4 home runs. I don't think I've been on the field for anything like that. That's just madness. I think. Let me think about it. Let me think about this. So I would say. Well, I know I was in the race for the record when Sosa and McGuire were going back and forth.
Yep.
And I know McGuire came to Veterans Stadium and hit like 3 home runs in a game, and one ball that I'm sure is still carrying its orbit. So I do remember things like that where being part of that was unique, and we know unfortunately the backstory of sometimes how they achieved some of that. But so I'd say that just seeing guys like that and playing in that era, which is conflicting, right? Because you have some of the great players of our era, and then you also have the PED questions. But Schwarber's performance was just, you talk about power at all fields, hitting one to left field with one hand. He's so dominant at the first pitch this year. Like you throw him a first pitch, he's just crushing the ball. He's just ready from jump, and that's what made him such a good leadoff hitter because you couldn't just lay one in there. He just looks like he's already at another place and another level of what was already a prolific home run hitter. So. That's what's fun about it. So I've seen a lot of special games, but that game, just like watching it, you're just like, wow. I mean, this guy. I mean, he had a chance to hit another one, right?
I bet you he's more upset that he didn't hit the one off the position player than than he was excited about the 4 that he hit.
Exactly. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he pops it up. He's like, just totally disgusted in the batter's box. But what a performer.
I don't know what it is about hitting off a position player that the professionals always seem to have problems with those guys. He was registered on the gun last night at 51.
Well, I faced Gary Gaetti, and I got a triple off him, so I was very thrilled because the worst thing you just don't want to strike out. I know Craig Counsell said that Jeff Cirillo struck him out with a knuckleball. So, you just have these it can get you all messed up and missed time, but yeah, Schwarber, he's such a good fit for Philly, and he's a great leader, is well respected, and he's not going to give up an inch. That's why he's like, I don't know how Phillies don't sign him. I just don't know how.
Well, we're all holding our breath on that one. We'll see what happens. Doug Glanville will be on the call Monday right here on 97.3 ESPN, Phillies and the Brewers. Thanks, Doug. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Doug Glanville, everybody, former Phillies center fielder, ESPN Radio's coverage of the Phillies and the Brewers begins at 4:30 on 97.3 ESPN. We also have Sunday Night Baseball with the Phillies and the Braves right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, football at 4 is on the way. Adam Caplan will take a look at the Micah Parsons impact on the NFC. All right, Sports Pass Live. This hour of the show is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. No Phil's lineup just yet. Yesterday it came out right after 4 o'clock. It's been a little later recently here, I guess, with all these. They got to plug all the analytics in and then hit, send and then see what the analytic, maybe Chat GPT, puts the lineup out for the Phillies. I would imagine Castellanos is in the lineup. He's 4 for 8 with 4 home runs against tonight's pitcher, Bryce Elder, for the Bravos. By the way, college football tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Georgia Tech takes on Coach Prime's Colorado Buffaloes. You can hear that here at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN. We got your football fix for you tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Back with football at 4 and Adam Caplan next. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. The place to be this football season, Ocean Casino. For more information, visit oceanac.com. Phillies lineup actually just dropped. It's brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC plumbing and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running year-round. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Marsh, Castellanos, Kepler. No Bader tonight after he went 4 for 5 last night, almost hit for the cycle. Stott and Marchand is catching tonight for Rangers Suarez. So Marsh is in center, Castellanos in right, and Kepler in left field tonight. No Bader tonight, who has had the hot bat. So they're not going with the hot bat theory. So we'll continue to look at that, Phillies and the Braves. The Eagles getting ready. Thursday night football right here on 97.3 ESPN. And by the way, their upcoming schedule for next week is out. Nick Sirianni will talk on Sunday. The coordinators will talk on Monday. And Adam Caplan on Tuesday, it will be Nick Sirianni talking for the final time before they play the Cowboys for real. And the Cowboys made some news yesterday, if you didn't hear.
Mike, good to be with you. Yeah, I told you through text, Jerry Jones is the friend you didn't know you needed. It's just for, I don't know if it's comedy. I don't know if you even heard his press conference last night with his son.
He gave an 11-minute answer.
He gave what I call a Belichick filibuster. It was pure comedy. I call it the Jerry double talk. It was classic Jerry Jones. But look, I want to get into this one because one of the cool things about this segment is if I talk about it like on television for 3 minutes, I get 15 minutes to talk about this stuff. So, Mike, this is one of those trades or transactions where NFL people love to give an opinion. So that's kind of what I've done over the last over 24 hours now that the trade has been completed. And the prevailing thought was, don't get carried away that, oh boy, how they traded for the conference. The point that most NFL people brought up to me was, you've got to get better value for a generational talent, Mike. He's played 4 years, Micah Parsons. He just turned 26 in May. He's a generational talent, 4-time Pro Bowler. I know we could argue the validity of making the Pro Bowl, but 4-time Pro Bowler, but 2-time All-Pro in 4 years, Mike. You don't find these guys in every draft. You might be lucky to draft someone like this every 10 to 15 years if you're lucky. And to do this, it's one thing if he had been 30 years old. The guy's just 26 years old. So to get 2 drafts, I had them, believe it or not, I had it sort of this week. The text I sent in wasn't based on getting Micah Parsons because I didn't know that was going to happen.
Right.
But you add Parsons now next to McGarry. Now, that was their problem. Like, why did they make this trade? They had one really good pass rusher for McGarry. They needed more. Lucas Van Ness, who was that first rounder who the Eagles liked in 2023, he was drafted for a different scheme. They were running a 34 then. Now they're running a 43. He doesn't fit. They needed an edge rusher, and they got an elite one. So from the Packers standpoint, I get it. From the Cowboys standpoint, Kenny Clark is a good football player. I found it comical. How many times did Jerry Jones talked about, we have to stop the run? That's the basis for this trade. He is delusional. Like, I'm not denying they have to improve against the run. We know that. But that can't be the basis of this trade.
Well, he said, one of the things he said too, Adam, was, we got to get better against the run. And I don't know if that's his little shot that, Parsons not great against the run, but we got to get better against the run. And that set up the whole expository he gave before that, because we are very proud that we paid Dak Prescott and we have CD and we paid him, and we need to stop the run so we can get the ball back to the guys that we've paid money. And that's kind of his way of saying, I value those guys more than I valued you.
Well, this is where the double talk comes in. He said repeatedly before the trade, I had a deal on the table with Micah in April. It was for just over $40 million. Now, this is before the.
You sure it wasn't with Michael?
What's that?
You sure it wasn't with Michael? Because he messed his name up the entire time.
I know. And Jerry's in his 80s. God bless him. I mean, he's not. See, this is the problem, Mike. Yes, he did play at Arkansas. He did play football. Most people don't know that. But he has no personnel background. You talk to any offensive coordinator, any defensive coordinator, or really more defensive coordinators, they would say to you, we love it when a team decides they're going to run the ball, try to run the ball against us. Because the explosive plays generally come out of the passing game. You don't want to get beat by the pass. Hey, well, you saw what Steve Spagnuolo did in the Super Bowl. He did everything he could to stop Barkley. He did, and Hurts and Kellen Moore dropped the bomb on him. So the bottom line is, Mike, they got 2 first-round picks, which probably will be in the mid to late 20s. Mike, let's be real. And they got a good player who's aging, who's turning 30 next month, in Kenny Clark. That's all you got? They should have got Rashawn Gary back, but they didn't.
Well, obviously, the fallout from that trade is now impactful everywhere because it impacts the NFC East, it impacts the game on Thursday night, and it impacts the NFC. So let's start with Dallas and what's left over for them as they now, Jerry Jones says, we think it makes us better this year now, which is crazy.
Mike, now, okay, here are their 4 edge rushers. We like Donovan Arazaku on Inside the Birds. We've talked about him a number of times. Second rounder at Boston College, a local area kid. They've got Sam Williams, who had the off-the-field problems in college. He's been an underachiever, but he's very talented coming off a major knee injury. They've got Dante Fowler, who's a good player, by the way, but you'd rather at this stage of his career be a backup. They've got, really, Mike, 4 edge rushers. Now, here's where they're going to be good. Osa Odigizua is a really good tackle. Now you put Kenny Clark with him. They'll be strong up the middle or stronger. Now, why else did they make this trade? Mozzie Smith, the first rounder of Michigan 2 years ago, has been a bust. And he was there to stop the run, and it hasn't happened. That part is absolutely true. I wouldn't argue against that. That's part of why they make the trade. But, Mike, they have a decent 4 edge rushers, but they don't have that guy. And when you don't have that guy, it's a problem. And the draft is until next year. And if the draft goes if the Packers are going to be as good as most reasonable people think, Mike, it's going to be hard for them to do it. And as a matter of fact, Marshawn Nealon's the other draft pick who they like, who was second runner last year, Mike. For fantasy, Mike, I like Dak Prescott. Why? They're going to have to throw to win. They have no running game. Javonte Williams is not the player he once was. Jadon Blue I like, and Miles Sanders. So if you've got your fantasy draft, and Prescott, most people won't draft him as their starter. I would. I think Dak's going to be really good, but with his injury history, you better have a backup.
Well, Adam, obviously Green Bay now, they add Micah Parsons. This is a team that everybody liked last year, and they kind of disappointed a bit. They make the playoff. They lose to Philadelphia. Does he put that defense now over the top?
Yeah, so what they'll do is, Mike, they're going to move Lucas Van Ness inside, who was a guy I just talked about earlier, with Gary and Parsons at the edge. They run a 4-man front. Devontae White, who was a first rounder in 22. Edgerrin Cooper, Quay Walker at linebacker. They're fantastic. Where they're weak is at corner. That's the one weakness they have. They're elite at safety. They're really good, man. Xavier McKinney is a top 5 safety. He's phenomenal. Javon Bullard's a player who can play nickel and safety. Nate Hobbs I've always liked, but he's better at nickel. He's a corner came over from the Raiders. Keyshawn Nixon's been a great story development. One of the better special teams returners. He's now a corner, but he's not what you call a plus-level corner. If you're going to go against the Packers, if you can protect, you're going to have to throw against them to win.
You look at Green Bay and the defense, and they add him, and you take a look at the NFC as a whole. Does that put them above anybody else that they were below at this time yesterday?
That's a great question. To see the books, if you're following me on X, I put the numbers up of pre-Micah and the post-Micah Parsons trade to Green Bay. So depending on which sports book you looked at, they were either anywhere from 8th to 12th. Now they're about the 4th highest odds to win the Super Bowl. It's a game changer. Now, the way I'll have to do my power rankings for next week. For Inside the Birds, we'll do them, and I'll probably do an audio version. I would rank the NFC now. See, I already had Green Bay win the division. I probably would go Green Bay, Washington, Philly, Detroit. Tampa's got injury problems. I don't believe in any of those NFC West teams to win it, Mike. That's.
Did you say
Dallas.
You have Washington ahead of Philly?
Slightly, yeah. I'll give you a little bird's eye view here. I think it's real tight between Philly and Washington. We're going to talk more about this next week when I give all my divisional picks. Me, Andrew, and Jeff we're going to do a little show on that next week. We'll give all of our picks by division. But this is a game-changing player. I like that they addressed the receiver problem. They need explosiveness. The Packers did. Matthew Golden. Jaden Reed's a good slot. Romeo Dobbs is a good player. Dontayvon Wicks I like. Tucker Kraft and Musgrave are two really good tight ends. Josh Jacobs is phenomenal. Mike, their offensive line's not elite like the Eagles, not even close. They have a nice offensive line, not great. But they're right up there, Mike. And this Parsons deal puts them over the top and puts the Cowboys near the bottom.
Yeah, I know everybody's kind of looking at this and saying, what is everybody thinking? But one thing it does do is it affects the top end of the NFC. Now, it also possibly affects Dallas. Now, did you look at Dallas with Parsons as a possible playoff team and this knocks them off the map?
I had them as in the two polls that I turned in, I think I had them out of the playoffs. In fact, I know I did. I had them as the 8th team. See, their corner group is not very good. All sorts of injury problems. They're really good at safety. They're not good at linebacker. They got problems, Mike. They're just between the 4 edge rushers I mentioned earlier. They'll be okay, but they're not going to be even close to elite. Mm-hmm. They're going to have to throw to score. Now, let's not forget George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson. They have, and I like Jalen Tobin as a third receiver, and Kavante Turpin, who the Eagles know he's a pretty good football player now. The Cowboys have problems at left tackle with Tyler Guyton. They're hopeful for week 1 with his injury. Terrence Steele has not been the same player he once was. Tyler Booker is their rookie, their first-round pick out of Georgia. Out of Alabama. We got to see how he plays. He's a rookie. So, Mike, they got questions. To me, I'm going to lower them. I gave them 10 wins. I think 10 wins out of the playoffs. I'm putting them down to 8, Mike. And with Dak Prescott's injury history, if he gets hurt, it's over. Joe Milton, unbelievable arm strength, awful accuracy.
All right, we're talking with Adam Caplan, Football at 4, before we get out of here on this Happy Hour Friday. The Eagles, I know it's the depth chart is compiled by the PR staff, but I guess a couple things that stood out. I want to get your take on them real quick. At linebacker, you had Campbell and Trotter. Do we think they split time there?
We fully expect that Jahad Campbell will be starting. Now, here's the question, which we don't know. Who plays a nickel? Trotter's a little bit more instinctive in coverage, so that could happen, but the main back is going to be Jahad Campbell. That was already decided. We're not expecting a surprise there, Mike, to be honest with you.
Adoree Jackson and Jacorian Bennett were listed as the co-starters.
Yeah, we're expecting not a lot, but Jackson lined up there for the last 2.5 weeks as the primary starter. Now, we should mention this. We're dropping we actually dropped a couple things. Greg Cosell's back with us on Inside the Birds, and we did a really cool breakdown. Greg broke down about 8 to 10 players for us. Our Patreon members already got the show. I think that show's going to drop on Monday. It's a Chalk Talk, where they're going to get some of this. And I could tell you, Greg thinks eventually that Jacorian Bennett's going to win that job because he's just a better football player at this point than Adoree Jackson. Adoree Jackson, if you have your druthers, he's a third corner at best. But because it didn't work out for Ringo, and they weren't able to get that big time corner to go against opposite Mitchell, this is what you have right now. It is what it is.
All right, the last one was safety, where they have both Sidney Brown and Makuba. Now, Makuba's injury might even keep him in question for Thursday night. They signed Marcus Epps as well.
Yeah, Marcus Epps is signed to the practice squad. So Marcus Epps here, he knows the scheme. I know he wasn't coached by Vic Fangio, but he's playing in the scheme before Vic got here. Now, here's the thing. He's coming off the ACL injury, which he had in week 3 with the Raiders last year. He had a minimum deal with the Patriots. He was released. the question will be, Mike, and he's healthy as I understand it, Epps is, we don't know about Makuba for week one. It's not good, Mike. He continues to miss practice. I'd be stunned if he's starting week one because he's now had two different injuries.
Right.
Vic Fangio is not going to want to play a guy full time if he's had gotten enough practice time.
All right, there you go, Adam Caplan. Deal. The Eagles to put their depth chart out. Also named 8 captains today as they get ready for the Dallas Cowboys. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the Inside the Birds podcast. You guys got all the coverage. You got some new shows and all sorts of stuff happening over there.
Real quick, we did announce, so I could talk about it, our latest show called Birds Weekly. We'll start in week 2. Derek Gunn and the Hall of Famer, Ray Dinger. We love Gunner, and Ray is the best, and what a show. Want to thank Jeff Mosher for putting this together. Now, obviously I know both of those guys, but it was Jeff's concept. We're a big concept company. More announcements. Greg Cosell's back with us with Patreon. Every Tuesday night, Tier 3 Patreon members, they run it. They get to ask Greg anything they want. Greg absolutely loves it. Patreon.com/InsideTheBirds. You'll love it. And you get to meet people around the country. A lot of people become friends through Patreon. It's really cool. I'm so glad we did Patreon, Mike, and we're back for year number 8 on Inside the Birds.
Unbelievable. That's an awesome show, too. Derek Hunt and Ray Didinger. So everybody out there, make sure you check out that show on the Inside the Birds platform. And, of course, Football at 4 right here. Adam Caplan on this Friday edition. And by this time next week, we will be recapping the Eagles game.
Yeah, in fact, the game was last year. It was on Friday night, so we didn't get we previewed it in Brazil. And then, we will review it, Mike. We'll see what happens.
All right, man. We'll talk to you on Tuesday. Happy Labor Day weekend to you.
Thanks, man. See you.
All right, Adam Caplan, Inside the Birds. There you go. Ray Didinger and Derek Gunn teaming up for a new show over at Inside the Birds. If you want to get R. Diddy and his commentary on this Eagles season, check it out over at InsideTheBirds.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. That was Football at 4. And, of course, that's powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Phillies lineup is out, brought to you by Instant Services. Yeah, Castellanos in. No Bader tonight. I'm sure people are saying, wait, no Bader tonight? Well, Bader has no hits against Bryce Elder, and Nick Castellanos is 4 for 8 with 4 home runs. Looks like the analytics win out tonight. When we come back, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw joins the show on a night where Kyle Schwarber, 4 mammoth home runs. And these weren't cheapies. In fact, none of the home runs last night were really cheap. They were all titanic blast that the Phillies hit last night. Also, on our Friday editions of the Nuggets, we're going to have a new mano-a-mano on the 6-pack of picks to throw out at you. So the picks are back for college football season, pro football season at the end of the show. All that and more coming up on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Hopefully you're getting ready for the weekend with a little happy hour Friday. Let me know what you're having. We had a lot of people texting in earlier in the show with their beverage of choice for the Phils game tonight. College football tonight, college football weekend. It's all right here. You can listen to Georgia Tech, Colorado tonight on 97.3 ESPN. All right, it's time for the Nuggets. Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is back. He is host of the Shift podcast, and he is the producer of The Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And right now has another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. What's going on, Nick?
What's going on, Mike? I mean, last night, was the Mets series even real? After last night, who cares anymore, right? Still a little worried about the Phils, but one of the most iconic nights of this season of a Phillies game in a while. Kyle Schwarber hitting 4 dingers last night, Mike. Who would have thought? He's just jumped right back into that home run race real quick, right behind Cal Raleigh. And we'll start with that with Nugget number 1. The Schwarber 4 homers. Absolutely awesome. According to the Elias Sports Bureau, Mike, Schwarber was only the 4th player that even had a shot at having 5 home runs. I got the opportunity to get that last at bat. He joins Bobby Lowe in 1894, who had a shot to get that 5th home run with an at bat. Lou Gehrig in 1932, and Mike Cameron in 2002. He's the 4th player to get even a chance to go for the 5th. And by the way, against position players, he said, I think he mentioned it after the game, about not having a lot of luck with position players on the mound. And he's 2 for 9 in his career against position players. So it wasn't in the cards, I guess, but 4 home runs, 21st player ever to do it. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was such a cool night last night. Not only him, Bader almost goes for the cycle. You had Kepler with a homer, Ramuto with a homer, Harper with a home run, and they were all Titanic blasts. It was just a fun party night. But, this is a classic example of people on Wednesday, disgrace, sense of urgency. I want to see some emotion and fire from the manager. You didn't get any of that, and they had one of the most unbelievably epic performances. So it just goes to show that all that stuff is useless. You just got to play better. You just got to play well on that particular day. Every day is about how you play on that day. What you do the day before has no bearing on the next particular day.
Hey, they bounced back in a big way. Still, it's not against the Mets, right? It's against the Atlanta Braves, who haven't been good this year. It's a division foe, but it's a great bounce-back game. To give yourself a little bit more momentum. That was a clunker in New York. You get swept. You don't even score a run in the final game. You give them life. And by the way, shout out to the Miami Marlins for helping the Phillies out last night. They get the win over the New York Mets. They did what the Phillies couldn't do for the past 3 days, and they beat the Mets. So they're back up 5 games in the division. That's great. Awesome. But yeah, that series coming up in about, a little less than 2 weeks now against the Mets. That's going to be the big one.
But it goes to show, again, the fact that the Mets are playing really good baseball. They beat you, they sweep you, and then they lose to the Marlins. So all that goodwill that they did to get back within 4, they can't beat the Marlins. And the Phillies, as bad as they look, it's okay. But it's exactly what Schwarber said. He's like, we've been swept before. You just move on. Sometimes, though, the fans can't move on, and that's why I love Schwarber's answer. And when people get so mad at Thompson, why it doesn't bother me one bit. Thompson, people wanted him to flip a desk and throw a trash can and get thrown out of a game, and Thompson just says, it's baseball. You move on and you play tomorrow. I can't, somebody came after me on Twitter about Thompson. I said, yeah, get back to me in 2 weeks. You won't even remember that Mets series. 2 weeks from now.
Probably doesn't remember it after last night.
Seriously, 2 weeks from now, that series is going to seem like a distant memory if things go, the Phillies could win this series 3 out of 4, and if the Mets, lose 2 out of 3, the next thing you know, when the Mets come here again, you're back to 6 or 7 games up. It's just so crazy. 2 weeks in baseball is such a long time, and people act like what you did last night. It's sad, but there is no correlation.
Yeah, it's funny. So Schweiner has Tommy Green every single weekend on, and he tells him the same thing every week. Don't get too high, don't get too low. And Kyle Schwarber said that last night post game. And
think Schweiner listens to him?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never. But
I don't know how you can watch sports every night, every year, every season, and by now not figure out, like, you know what, I go crazy some of these games, and
Mike, it's passion. It's passion and in the moment. It's passion in the moment. And that's why the Philadelphia fans are the best, because they're so passionate. They live and breathe with every single pitch. And sometimes it's a little much. And then sometimes it's like, all right, relax. But, in this case, I still think Philly fans and media members had every right to criticize the Phillies for the way they played against the Mets. I mean, that was a clunker. That was a series you really can't get swept in. And it doesn't bode confidence heading into the postseason if you're going to play the Mets in Citi Field. But you come back, they bounce back. That's baseball. But it still doesn't give me confidence. I think a lot of people confidence that they can beat the Mets in the postseason. They haven't had a lot of success against them, especially on the road.
There's nothing that can happen that's going to make you change your opinion of this team at all. Nothing. It doesn't matter if they win 15 straight games. You're not all of a sudden going to believe in this team any differently than you do. Like, everybody is at their highest level of belief or their lowest level of, disbelief. Nothing they do will change your opinion. You just have to watch and go along for the ride.
You just gotta go for the ride. I agree.
Exactly. They could enter the playoffs on a 7-game losing streak and then win 5 out of 6. I mean, You have no clue. That's what sports is all about. But the thing about sports is everybody thinks they have the answer. Everybody thinks they know. And as I tell people all the time, you're not right or wrong. You just have a different opinion than people do.
True.
Your opinion is, I want the manager to flip a desk or throw a trash can. Because that's your personality, you think that's the way it's supposed to be, and that if he does it, then the team is going to change. I might say, I don't need the manager to flip a desk or get thrown out of the game because I don't think that's changing anything. Now, last night would say that I was right, but I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying he could have flipped it.
Right.
He could have flipped the desk last night, and they probably still would have scored 19 runs. You see what my point? Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
No, I understand where you're coming from. I don't need Rob Thompson to flip desk. I like his personality. I like the way he kind of coasts, and he's a player's manager. I like the way he runs his ship. Right? I'm fine with that. I don't need him flipping a desk, but they needed to bounce back somehow, some way after that against the Mets. I mean, that was a bad series. It was a bad series. They didn't play good baseball. They bounced back. That's all you can ask for them. They bounced back in a big way. They scored 19 runs against a division rival. Great. You come back home, you figure it out, and you get Kyle Schwarber to have an historic night. Now, I will ask you this question. Was that cool? Which is cooler, the 4 home runs from the Schwarbombs or the Duran entrance? Which would you rather see? Which game do you rather go to? I'm going to Schwarbomb 4 home run in a game. I mean, that's cooler to me.
Good question. A 4 home run game, I think, is a little different. I mean, that's
okay.
That's different.
All right, $15 for that. Do you? If someone hits 15, if someone hits 4 home runs a game, then we got to go $15.
They charge you $15, and you were there last night. I'm sure you wouldn't care.
No, I wouldn't do the $15. I still think it's ridiculous. Part of the game. You're already paying the price of admission, and hey, what happens happens. All right, we'll move along. That was a fun night last night, anyway. Though with Schwarber and him hitting the 4 home runs, 19 runs. Hey, they bounce back. That's all you can ask for. You play on. They got to have a good series against the Mets in 2 weeks, though. That is going to be huge. I understand we're all having fun, rah-rah after last night. But, man, you got to find a way to beat those Mets because that is psychological at this point. But last night, great win, a lot of fun. Schwarbombs. I mean, he's just earning more pennies on the dollar every single day. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2, Mike Gill. I mean, yesterday we get off the Nuggets. Boom, the trade happens as soon as you have Bob Cooney come on the show yesterday. I know you guys were talking Phils, and then all of a sudden, Micah Parsons gets traded to Green Bay. Now, I want to put this out there and look at it this way. Listen, this is a win for the Eagles. You get Micah Parsons out of your division. Nice, awesome. About to see him twice a year. But I want to look at it from this angle. The city of Dallas continues to just give away superstars. That is Luka Doncic and Micah Parsons in the same year. Which is more of a downer in Dallas, Mike? The Luka trade or the Micah trade?
I would say the downer is the Parsons trade because the end result ended up them getting Cooper Flagg to kind of make you forget about it. If they don't get Cooper Flagg,
right,
maybe Flagg might be a busteroni and we're having a different conversation at the end of the year. But right now, I think Dallas, for the short term, the Mavericks have said, all right, we might have lost Luka, but now we got this new toy that we're excited about. Not so for the Cowboys. And it's funny, we had McMullen on earlier, and we asked, did they get enough in return? And he just was like, absolutely not. Joe Banner, the former Eagles executive, he said they got completely fleeced in the deal and did not get nearly what they should have got in return. Pretty much every single executive that's been on social media has said that they absolutely did not get enough in the deal. Everybody that we've asked, hey, not one person has said that they got nearly the return that they should have got for Micah Parsons. And, I agree. I mean, for me, you got one of the best players in the league. Not just a good player or the best player at his position. You've got really one of the top overall players in the entire league. And as John said, when you have that type of generational talent, you just don't give them away for what they got in return. A player who's going to be 30 years old and 2 draft picks.
I think, this one's tough. Even my own question, it's hard to answer because the Luka thing was just such a shock. I think that was the more shocking one. If you had to compare the both, I would go Luka Doncic trade. Definitely the more shocking trade overall. But the Micah trade, that's like a downer because there was contract talk. You were hoping that they would come back if you're a Dallas fan, right? That he would return and they figure something out and they close a deal. And then you end up, no, we're moving on a week before the season. We're going to trade him to Green Bay. A team, by the way, that Dallas has a lot of history with as well, where Green Bay has beaten Dallas multiple times. You have the Dez catch. You have just recently the stomping in the playoffs, the last time they made the postseason. I mean, so there's a lot of history there between the Green Bay Packers and the Dallas Cowboys. And you trade him to that team, and you don't get a ton in return. You get a couple of picks. You get a good defensive tackle, to say the least, but not enough for a game-changing player. He's arguably one of the top 5 players in all of football at any position. That's how good he is. He's a difference maker. He's a change maker. He's a game wrecker. That is what Micah Parsons is. We saw him at Penn State. He grew up in this area, Pennsylvania, right? So we know who Micah Parsons is, and we know he's a difference maker, and they certainly didn't get enough from for him. They just didn't. And I think that's more of a downer if you live in Dallas, because you thought, they'll probably figure it out. Jerry's done this in the past with players before and their contracts and dragging it out, etc. But that didn't happen this time. They move on. They trade him to Green Bay and don't get a ton in return, probably what you should have gotten. Like you said, multiple executives have said they did not get enough for Micah Parsons. So I think Micah's more of a downer. Luka's more of a shocker. But Jerry Jones, and I've evolved since that one show we did at Ventnor Social. We got to cheer Jerry. We just got to cheer Jerry every single time he steps into the link, wherever he is. Just give him a cheer, give him a pat on the back. Jerry Jones has done good. He's done good as a general manager if you're an Eagles, a Giants, or a Green Bay, or a Washington fan, right? From that perspective, Jerry Jones deserves a good cheer. So I'm with you. No need to boo Jerry. Give him a cheer. Give him a pat on the back, Mike.
Hey, listen, I don't mind him being the head man in Dallas. I've never advocated for him being fired.
No. No, but you know me. I'm a booer. I said it. I've booed before. I'm a booer. I can't boo Jerry Jones. You just can't. You can't. He's done wonders for the Philadelphia Eagles. He has messed up time and time and time again. And this is another classic, perfect example of Jerry Jones overstepping as an owner. He shouldn't be the GM, but guess what? He's doing a great job. He's doing a great job. I'll say he's doing a great job.
Yep. And obviously, you take a look at the whole trade. He said his reasoning was they need to be better against the run and that they could get anywhere from 3 to 5 more players because of this. The player they got in the trade, the 2 draft picks, and with the money that they saved, that they can now spend that money on multiple other players.
Yeah. I mean, they can. But I mean, they're not going to compete this year. I don't even think they make the playoffs. This is the Eagles, Commanders. Those are the teams this year in this division. Now, the Giants, they'll make a little bit of noise. I feel like they have a good defense. I'll give them credit there. But Dallas is nowhere near where they belong. I mean, they're going to get a lower level first round pick because Green Bay is going to be competitive. Like, they're going to get a lower level first round pick, not a top pick in the first round. So, I mean, yeah, they can get some players back, but are they going to develop? Are they going to pan out? That's still a question mark, too. You had a proven commodity in Micah Parsons, a difference maker on defense, stopping the run. You trade away Micah Parsons. I mean, hey, do what you got to do if you're in Dallas, if you're Jerry Jones, I guess.
Do what you got to do, but I'll flip the script real quick and play the devil's advocate here. Every time the Cowboys do something, they always pay the guy and they get ripped for it because they wait and wait and wait, and then they overpay. Is this time he said, well, you ripped me for signing these guys to these ridiculous contracts. Now I end up, instead of signing the guy, I trade the guy and you're ripping me for that.
Yeah. Well, he's made mistakes on both ends of it. He waits too long, or he just trades, he gets rid of them. So, just get it right the first time. And this is why, if you're a Dallas fan, you're screaming to get him away from the general manager chair and get a real football guy in there, or a guy who knows how to run a football team.
I don't want to see that happen.
But I'm with you. I'm not saying that. I'm with you. He's doing a great job. From our perspective over here, South Jersey, Philadelphia, Jerry, keep it up, man. You're doing great. All right, moving along. Final nugget of the day. We got to talk a little college football. We got some picks here, Mr. Mike Gill. I can't wait for college football to start. It's going to be so much fun.
I'm going to
start on the
weekend. It started last weekend. I was watching it last night.
Well, I know.
I was all into the games last night. East Carolina, NC State. I was all into these games.
Week 0 was last week. This is where we get some of the big games coming up, Mike. And I'm excited. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to that Clemson game as well. I think that's going to be a fun one to watch. LSU and Clemson, two quarterbacks who could be in that Heisman discussion. I am going to go with Clemson in that ball game, Mike. I'm going Clemson in that one. They're 4.5-point favorites as of right now. That's Saturday night. That's a good one. I'm going to go Clemson in that ball game.
All right, that's interesting because one of my plays is also Clemson -4.5 against LSU.
Yep.
I like Clemson, the Tigers of Clemson, purple and orange against the Tigers of LSU, purple and yellow. I'll go Clemson -4.5 against LSU.
Yep, I'm right there with you. All right, I'm moving along. Miami and Notre Dame. This one's going to be a fun one as well. We didn't get these type of matchups in week 0, Mike, but this one going to be fun. Sunday night, prime time, Notre Dame 2.5. Guess what? I'm going to take the upset. I'm going to go Miami in this game over Notre Dame. I think they're going to stun the world in this one. Miami is going to take this one for me.
All right. I'm going with Marshall -39.5 against Georgia. I'm going to take Marshall and the points on that one. That's a lot of points. Marshall's a feisty team. I know Georgia SEC against Marshall, but almost 40 points. The odds, the trends have not gone very well for Georgia on a number this big. So opening week for Georgia, I like Marshall getting 39.5 against the Bulldogs. Give me the Thundering Turds.
I love it. All right, moving to my third pick. I'm going to go Texas in this one. That Texas defense, can't wait to see it go up against the defending national champions in Ohio State. Ohio State is the favorite in this one, -1.5. I'm going to take Texas in this one. They're ranked number 1, not the favorite in this one. I'm still going Texas. That Texas defense going to come up with a big play towards the end of the ball game. Texas is my pick for my third one of the week on this Friday for Nuggets, Mike.
All right, and I got Colorado +3.5 against Georgia Tech. I think this Colorado team, they don't have the star players and the names, but this might be one of their better, more complete rosters that they have. They've been putting some rosters together over the last 3 years. They got the transfer quarterback in there. Georgia Tech's not all that good. They're feisty at times, but they shouldn't be favored in the game. I like Colorado, maybe even outright in the game. They're getting 3.5, so I'll take the 3.5 on that one and give me Colorado Buffaloes. That's the game tonight we have on 97.3 ESPN. And we're going to track our picks all season long and see who wins at the end of the season. Nuggets, it sounds like an 0-3 week for you.
Oh, come on. That's going to be a 3-0 week for me.
Every pick you made, Josh's face was like, this guy has no clue what he's talking about.
Come on. I'm going to be right. Watch. I'm going to be so right. Texas is so winning this week. I know that Texas pick is going to be correct. I'm guaranteeing it.
I don't know what's worse about these picks with you guys. The fact that Nick is making picks with very strange rationale, or the fact that the guy who has a almost 66% rate of making picks every year is not even involved in the six-pack here.
You got your picks ready. There
right
we go.
Here.
I was going to say.
Me.
He was all over the place.
I thought he was coming in with them.
Coming in hot. All right, what do you got?
I don't step on people. Well, first of all, if you're going to go Texas, Ohio State, you got to go under 47.5 because you got tons of NFL talent on the field. Caleb Downs, a safety for Ohio State. He transferred from Alabama. Texas linebackers Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill Jr. They're just some of the NFL talent on the field. Give me the under 47.5. Here's why I don't like Nick's pick about Texas is because the line has moved almost 3 points. Tons of public money coming in on the Longhorns. When the public runs one way, Mike Gill, you run the other.
That's I tend to go. That's a game I'd probably stay away from. I think most people are going to take Texas over because of Manning more so than anything in this situation. That's a game that I'm I took a look and then ran the other way.
I just mentioned Alabama safety, by the way. The Caleb Downs left Alabama. Give me Florida State at home plus 14 against a Bama team. Tommy Castellanos, a perfect fit for offense coordinator Gus Malzahn. You might recognize that name, Mike Gill, the former Auburn head coach. He's now the OC at Florida State. He's got a dual-threat quarterback. Alabama's defense did not reload. I like Florida State at home plus 14 against the Tide.
Okay.
Finally, I'm going to throw one out there that neither one of you touched, just to throw a little spice into this. Montana State plus 26.5 at Oregon. Oregon is starting. Half of their team are freshmen or true freshmen in some capacity. Meanwhile, Montana State, 3 of the last 4 years, a FCS playoff team. You know how these teams, they prepare all year long to play these teams. This is Montana State Super Bowl. This is the biggest game on their schedule. Oregon is not going to cover 26.5 points against an FCS contender with such a young team.
All right, there you go. So you can take those picks. We'll keep track of them all season long. On the Friday edition of the Nuggets, we'll throw out our favorite plays of the weekend.
I just want to let Nick know it's his job to track his own picks. I'm done tracking everybody else's picks. I got to track my own over here.
All right. I was told, I was going to track them anyway. But all right, thanks, Josh. Appreciate it.
You just got told. Yeah,
I guess so. I guess I got to track my own picks. I didn't know what else I was going to do. All right, there we go. They're the Nuggets for today, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I also like Auburn under 47.5 tonight against Baylor. If you want to throw that one into the mix, that's an 8 o'clock game tonight. You can watch that game on TV and play along if you want to. 57.5 is the number. I like the under in that game for this Friday night. Football is back. The Nuggets are back on Tuesday. We're off on Monday here on the Sports Bash. All right, Nick, have a good weekend, man.
All right, I'll talk to you guys.
All right, there you go. The Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. And, of course, you can hear them every weekday at this time on the Sports Bash Live. Nuggets will be in the studio tomorrow producing The Locker Room on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, it's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. Are the Phillies the team we saw in New York or the team we saw last night? Somewhere in the middle. The lineup is out. Does Bob like the lineup? No Harrison Bader tonight. It looked like Bader was the guy who was starting to get, hey, I'm the starting center fielder. And with Lee Corso's final game day tomorrow, not so fast, my friend. Harrison Bader, you're not in the lineup tonight. We'll discuss that decision and situation all coming up next on a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. You don't want to miss it right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I have a feeling the traffic's pretty bad out there. All right, 5 o'clock drive home on this Labor Day weekend, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Don't miss out on the Red Tag clearance event going on now at Whitehorse RV. Your adventure starts at Whitehorse RV, Williamstown and Galloway. Phil's tonight taking on the Braves, Game 2, an epic night last night at the ballpark. Sometimes Rob Thompson says it's baseball, and people get mad. You got swept by the Mets, and then last night. So what is the explanation? Is it just baseball? Is Rob Thompson right, begrudgingly for many people out there? Bob Wankel, the Fighting Words podcast, joins me right now. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. The final one of the actual, end of the summer here. We're getting into the fall season and the stretch run for the Phils. They get swept by the Mets. They come out last night. Kyle Schwarber has maybe one of the most epic nights that any of us have ever covered or seen or watched or anything.
Yeah, I mean, my partner Anthony Sanfilippo gave me a good one. You probably heard that he was the 21st player to hit 4 home runs in a game, so you know it's rare. He's actually only the 3rd player in the history of Major League Baseball to come to the plate with a chance to hit a 5th. Most of those guys hit that 4th home run in their final at bat of the game. So you really saw something crazy last night that you might never see again.
It was certainly a special night, and I don't know, you think about, you just said 21 players. And realistically, he had a shot to come up, as you said, and he's doing it against a position player. At what point? I feel like he was almost more disappointed that he wasn't able to do it against that guy than he was excited for hitting the 4 that he did. I was like, oh, my God, this guy's throwing 54 miles an hour, looping these eephus pitches in there. He's going to time one up and just tattoo it. But, you win the game. You get 20 hits. You get 19 runs. Schwarber's a story. He was awesome last night. Made it such a fun night. But you had almost a cycle from Bader. You had a home run from Kepler. You had the Harper home run. So, again, kind of you see this offense, and we know the story. But I guess the question I would have for you is, Bader, 4 for 5, almost goes for the cycle. He's been kind of the guy in center field. Then I look at the lineup tonight, and people are complaining. No Bader tonight in the lineup. So what's going on with this outfield configuration? It doesn't seem that it's just a hot hand that stays in there either, because you had a guy with 4 hits last night.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Rob Thompson is basically positioning this in a way where he has a 5-man rotation. We use the word platoon a lot, but it looks like he has 5 outfielders and wants to play all of them in some capacity. And, I think that Harrison Bader has done enough here in recent games to warrant the bulk of playing time. And he more or less is getting it. But I do wonder if we're approaching a point where he just locks down center field. He gives you your best defensive option there currently. He's hitting over 300 now with the Phillies. He's been especially hot his last 7 games, hitting over 500. And I just think that he's probably their best overall option. And I do wonder as we get into September if it lands there. Now, for everybody else, I think you just cycle through it. I mean, look, Nick Castellanos doesn't play last night, but he has 4 career home runs off of Bryce Elder. And so when you have that type of success against the guy, even if they try to shy away from righties and Nick all of a sudden, you're going to let a guy like that get those ABs in this game. And then that leaves you, with the Kepler and Marsh. And I guess this is an opportunity to go get the lefties because you're going to get Chris Sale tomorrow, it looks like. So you figure you're not going to see Kepler and Marsh in that situation. So you play him tonight. And that's what Rob's doing. He's pretty dedicated to the bit here.
He is, and a lot of this is, as you said, Castellanos is 4 for 8 with 4 home runs off of Elder. So it was almost like you knew he was going to play tonight. Now, the other night in New York, they went with 2 right-handed bats in the lineup against a right-handed pitcher, and they sat Marsh in that particular game. So it almost doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason sometimes in the reason. Are they just going off of the gut feel here and say, hey, or is it we don't want to sit Castellanos more than one night in a row?
Yeah, I think you don't want to bury Nick Castellanos. We talked a little bit about that last week. I think that there is a clubhouse dynamic or political consideration in play there. So I still think he's playing a little bit more than he probably deserves to be playing at this point. But on the flip side of that, as we've also talked about, he does provide them some upside. Like if he can get hot, he's a guy that you'd want in the back half of the middle order or the middle of the order, that like 6-7 spot if they can get him going. His last 7 games, he's hitting 280, which is fine, but he still only has 1 extra base hit, and 81 at bats in the month of August. He has 4 extra base hits. Like, they need more from him if he's going to be in the lineup.
I wonder too, I said just because you have 4 hits one day, people are like, you had 4 hits yesterday. I got news for you. There's been guys that get 4 hits one day and then don't get any hits the next day. Getting 4 hits one day against a different pitcher doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get 4 hits against somebody different the very next day. But is there a part of this that Rob is almost like, you know what? I've seen guys get so streaky one way or the other that I'm just going to keep rotating them around so they can't go 4 for 5 one day, then 0 for 4 the next day.
Well, here's what I would say. I mean, this outfield has drawn so much criticism, from myself included, certainly. And it's been so bad for the majority of the year. In this moment, we're having a conversation where we're kind of talking about these players in a way that, hey, how are you not playing him tonight? We're not dumping all over the outfield in this moment. So to some extent, you can probably look at the way that Rob is playing it, though it's a little bit of a head scratcher on certain nights, and say, hey, it's kind of working.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to be said for that in this moment. Now, when you get into the middle of September, I think you need to really start gearing up for what you're trying to do once you get into those playoff series. And I suspect, as I said a couple minutes ago, that Bader will start to take the bulk of time in center field, and they'll sort of fill in the gaps around that.
Yeah. And look, again, it's almost like every day it's got to be challenging for the players. What do you think about how Castellanos, Kepler, Bader, I think Marsh is pretty happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Brandon Marsh is
I don't know if I'm playing today or not, or is it because I went 4 for 8 against Elder, or hey, I got 4 hits and 5 at bats the other day. I mean, Bader's been on a tear the last week here. So how do you think they're kind of handling this whole not platoon, whatever you want to call it?
Well, I think that this stuff is determined a lot of times a couple days out, and I would imagine that the Phillies probably message this stuff to the players. I mean, if Nick didn't play last night, he probably went into that sit knowing that he was going to play on Friday night. It's not, I'm out of lineup, and I guess we'll find out what happens when I walk in the door tomorrow. That's not really how the Phillies typically do business, and I wouldn't expect it to be any different in this situation. As far as Nick Castellanos being upset about playing time, I'm sure he's upset a little bit, but he hasn't played well enough to really have a legitimate gripe, nor has Max Kepler. Now, Max Kepler's done a nice job lately, but it just ties into what I said a moment ago. Part of the reason Max Kepler's probably doing a little bit better of a job right now is because he's being put in the most advantageous matchup and situations possible. So, Max Kepler's a guy who has a 686 OPS this season, and he's in a little bit of a heater right now.
Yeah.
He's just, the numbers have not been good enough for him to really have any leg to stand on in terms of complaining about playing time.
Castellanos actually, crazy it is the last week or so. If you're just going off of like, hey, the last week, Castellanos actually has, I think he was at like 350 in the last week or so. But yeah, this is going to be such a weird thing come playoff time, because once you get into the playoffs, can you keep doing this?
Well, I think to some extent they will use the platoons. I think they're going to go through pitcher batter history. I think they're going to go lefty righty and look at those numbers. Or if there's just a guy that's in the middle of an absolutely torrid stretch, they might not shy away from that player and go with the hot hand. But I would expect, I guess this is a little bit of a cop-out in terms of an answer, but I would expect that Marsh, Bader, Castellanos, and Kepler all play a fairly significant role when you get to October.
We'll see. I'm very intrigued at how they handle this down the stretch here, because it almost feels like, I want to get your thoughts on this Bob Wankel Fighting Words podcast, is are they slowly trying to phase Castellanos into a platoon and just like don't want to fully go into it? Or do you never see this like strictly, hey, Kepler, you're getting the because Castellanos' right-handed splits are starting to become a problem.
Yeah, I think the way you said it, ease into a platoon, maybe. I think they still want to give him a little bit more than a 50-50 shot against righties to see if he can pick it up, which is why I think they haven't totally shied away from him in those opportunities. He's had a couple little, brief revivals here in the month of August, but two really poor outings against the Mets, although that doesn't really make him much different than anybody else in the lineup. And then they go away from him last night. So we'll see what happens tonight. And I think if he does not pick it up, continues to show no power production whatsoever, things might tilt even further away from him until it really reaches that 50-50 split.
All right, they have an epic night offensively last night, but they were down 3-0 in the game, and you can't be down 3-0 in a playoff game and expect that you're going to hit 4 home runs with Schwarber and the rest of the crew here. What do you make of the Nola start last night? How do I kind of, wrap my head around what I saw there?
You know what that start looked a lot like last night? It looked like a Taijuan Walker start, where it was bad early. He does damage control, ends up giving them decent length and competes and gives his team a chance to win. But you don't feel great about it. I mean, look, on the positive side of things, the final 5 innings, he gives up 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 run. I mean, that's pretty good. But you can't come out and throw a 37-pitch first inning. And frankly, if Atlanta did not run themselves out of that first inning, who knows if Aaron Nola would have made it out of the first or even come back out for the second. The Phillies are going to be super cautious with him right now in terms of his health. And if he goes 45-plus pitches in the first inning, you might not see him for a second. And so the reality of it is he's got to be sharper coming out. His command wasn't there in the first inning. And I think, it's probably a net positive overall. This Atlanta lineup has hit much better in recent weeks than it had earlier in the season. So it's not a bad lineup. They're kind of hot right now. I think he did an okay job. And really the silver lining in all of this is that he's healthy. His velocity was up. He maxed out, I believe, at 93.6 last night. Or I'm sorry, 94.6. So he touched 95 once. His average velocity on the fastball was up about 1.5 miles per hour. I mean, those are positive things right now for Aaron Nola. I know that some fans are like, give me a break, but that's what the Phillies are looking at in this moment.
Yeah, I was to say, so last night you're down 3-0. He settles back in, then he gives up the number home run. But you're in this little conundrum where you don't know what to do with number 2. He's not really a piece in the bullpen. If he pitches like that, are you convinced that he would pitch game 2 in the postseason?
I think it's like if you get to October and he's on a positive trajectory, say that he looks a little bit better than he has looked his last 2 times out. I think the Phillies are going to give him every opportunity. I would very much believe that barring A, injury, or B, him being terrible in the back half of September, that Aaron Nola would start in a 3-game series for the Phillies. 1, because of the stature, 2, because he's useless out of the bullpen, and 3, I don't think that the Phillies want to go back to back with 3 left-handed starters in a playoff series.
Yeah, that's another whole thing in this. And, down the stretch they come, you're going to flip the calendar to September on Monday, and you're going to get 1 more month of starts here from these guys. And you wonder, are they auditioning? Do they have a thing that they want to try to start setting up too? So how do we think this last month goes with the group of guys that they have?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's a good situation to be in from a standpoint of competition. Aaron Nola wants to prove that the first half of this season is in the rearview mirror. He wants to go out and make good on it. You don't think Aaron Nola, after the Phillies committed all this money and all these years to him, with Zach Wheeler now out, knowing that he can be the guy that steps in and takes that spot? I mean, he's going to be ultra motivated to do that. I mean, the guy, for his flaws, is very competitive and has a lot of pride. If you're Ranger Suarez, do you not want to start this postseason during your, with your free agency looming? If you're Ranger Suarez, you've got pretty good numbers right now. You go out and throw a couple gems in October, that value, that potential contract skyrockets. So he's going to want to prove that he can get the ball in October. And I think that Jesus Luzardo is another guy that wants to show, hey, I have something to prove. Christopher Sanchez, hey, I deserve to be Cy Young. All these guys have something to prove other than just we want to win for one another.
They do, and obviously the big question is, now that the Wheeler thing is they've gone through and we've seen them, I can't help but think how significant of a hit that is. And to think, well, they have really good starting pitching. That if anybody loses a pitcher of Wheeler's caliber, you're having a completely different conversation about that team. You tweeted something last night that kind of, caught my eye, is that this team is in first place, and, the lack of kind of buzz about a first place team generating from the fan base. Is it because the Wheeler thing? Is it just because, hey, I know what this team is? Why do you think that is?
think there's a healthy degree of skepticism about this group and what it will look like in October. And then you suffer that devastating injury on top of it. And you go in and look, and this is the debate you can have. You can talk about the Phillies offense and how much it struggled in Citi Field. The reality of it is that 3 times in the last 10 games, the Phillies have amassed at least 20 hits. That's outrageous. Do you think that they're the team that can get super hot and put those types of efforts together and bop 4 or 5 home runs in a game? Certainly they are capable of that. They've shown you numerous times over the last week and a half that they can do that. Or are they this team, though, that just seems to kind of have this inability to rise to the moment, to meet the moment? And there's been recent examples that they are that team. And I think that there's just a little bit of fatigue with that. They're up 5 games in this division. They're on pace to win, I believe, 93 games. You don't see this in Philadelphia all that often, but I do think that there is some skepticism about the viability, the legitimacy of this particular team. Now, that's not everybody. I got a lot of feedback on that tweet, which was like, what are you talking about? I'm all in. This team can win the World Series. I'm like, all right, I guess so. I don't agree with that, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, the Phillies aren't going to win the World Series. It's easy to say that. They of course, the odds are stacked against them winning the World Series. So that doesn't make anybody a hero for predicting against that happening.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know. I think it's a byproduct, I guess, of the fact that people like new things, and this team is very much the same. So you get excited about new things. The Duran thing gave you an influx of excitement, and then you lost Wheeler. So it was almost like, half a dozen one or the other. I got this new toy over here, but then I lost the one toy that I actually continued to like playing with. And then that goes back to, well, it's still Harper here who gives you big hits here and there. Stott, who hasn't really been the guy that I was hoping for. Turner's been really good, but I don't know. What is Turner?
I think Turner is a guy that you have to give credit to in terms of, one, he worked very hard to improve his defense, and I was skeptical about his ability to play an above-average shortstop, but he's done that for the most part this year. He's not perfect. I wouldn't say he's a gold glover by any stretch, but he's done a nice job out there where we're not talking about, well, he can't play shortstop in 2026. Nobody's talking about that anymore. Nobody's asking that question, and that's a credit to him. I also think that for the most part, he's changed his approach. He's I believe 1 or 2 in the National League in total hits right now. He's flirting with 300. That's hard to do in today's game. As of the other night, there were only 2 players in the National League hitting 300. It was Trey Turner and Freddie Freeman. I think he's had a very good year. Is he a star? I don't think so anymore. I don't really think Trey Turner's a star, but that said, in fairness to him, a couple days ago, you look at the top 5 leaders in National League wins above replacement, and Trey Turner was 5th. So
I was surprised to see that. And, this whole thing, he leads the league in hits. I said, if he wins the batting title hitting under 300, I said, what is that kind of indictment is that on the sport?
It's just a different game, different priorities now, and
holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe when I heard that. I was like, wait, what is the possibility here that he could be win the batting title? And at the time, I think he is hitting 299, right? He's at 299 right now. Freeman is at 302. They are the leaders in the National League. So somebody not hitting 300 might be right now the best hitter in baseball. I don't know what that says about the game. The game has changed a lot, Bob Wankel, and this goes back to the Met series. What is your assertion as why the Phillies can't win at Citi Field?
Well, I think that the Mets are in their head. You can debate whether or not they have tells or they've been able to pick up things here and there. I think the Mets, Bryce Harper put that out there, and you may have saw Jason Stark had said that he believes the Mets have some stuff on the Phillies. And I think that might be true. I mean, look, not saying they're cheating or doing anything dirty or anything like that. I don't believe that at all, but I'm sure that they have some stuff on the Phillies. And I think that, the Phillies are in their own heads a little bit up there. I think there's no question about it. Just look at the way that they play. They get dictated to. It feels like they're waiting for something bad to happen. They can't string together hits. They can't generate momentum. It's like there's like a sense that they're just defeated before the game even begins when they play up there. I mean, I tweeted this out the other night, but in their last 8 games at Citi Field, the Phillies have 2 home runs in 268 combined at bats.
Is that possible?
That's insane. I mean, that's truly insane. That's like a 6 home run season. That's what that equates to for a player. And then you look at what happened last night. Now, Cal Quantrill stinks. but they hit 3 home runs in their first 6 at bats. I mean, it just doesn't really add up. So I think it's a mental thing. I don't know if it says anything about the Phillies' ability to win in October or not, but it is disappointing when you have the opportunity to have some killer instinct, show it, and deliver that knockout blow, and you go up there and you play so poorly. Like, do you say it's just a Mets and Citi Field thing, or do you say that says something about this team's DNA? And I think that it's a fair question to ask, and I think it's fair to wonder what the answer is to that question.
Yeah, I don't like. I think that's the one thing it's worth. Like, sports fans always like to think they know everything, they know the answers, they have the answers, and yet no one can put their finger on this particular. This is akin to what happened at the end of the Eagles' 2023 season. No one really has the real answer. Like, you could ask 5 people, they give you 5 different answers. This feels like that. I have no idea why. But Jason Stark kind of hinted that he thinks that the Mets have tells on the Phillies bullpen.
Yeah, and that can be anything from hand positioning, just the finger movements, where's your glove, do you cough into your right hand, do you twitch a certain way? I mean, these things are studied. I mean, I think it should be understood that there are, in terms of preparation, there are people that are looking at every single thing in a very granular way, looking to see if they can pick up something. And I think there's probably something to it.
All right, man. Well, fun weekend. Braves, Sunday night baseball, Monday Brewers. You got a lot of going on here. 5-game lead. They're tied with the Dodgers. It's going to be a very interesting month. They got the Brewers to start it. They got the Dodgers out west still. The 4-game series against the Mets. Feel like these Fridays are not going to be secure until all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's always interesting with the Phillies. You know that. Happy
Hour Friday. I feel that I may have kept you too long.
No, but I'm ready to go. All right, I'll see you, Mike.
See you. All right, Bob Wankel, everybody. The Phightin Words podcast with Anthony Sanfilippo and Bob Wankel. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I think that the offense, the Phillies have one of the least productive outfields in all of baseball for most of the season, but they have kind of turned that around a little bit, right? This Marsh, Kepler. I mean, Marsh and Kepler were horrendous in the beginning of the year. They have stabilized things. And you had Rojas up here earlier. He has been supplanted by Bader. And the offense that Bader has given you, plus his defense, is, on par with Rojas. Rojas probably covers more ground. I think Bader probably takes better routes on the ball than Rojas. Definitively takes better routes than Rojas does. Rojas covers more ground than Bader, but Bader takes better routes to the ball. The offense, the offensive production from your outfield was so bad at the beginning of the year. Now it's like, I want to say, kind of above average or average. And now, as Thompson has kind of said, like, hey, I just hope all 5 guys are doing stuff. So he's trying to keep all 5 of these guys going. And again, they all sit down and they put this lineup together before the game starts, and it's like, hey, who do you think should hit tonight? Who do you think should play tonight? And you're probably getting like 3 different answers from Dombrowski and Mattingly and Thompson of which guys could go. And as we talked about with Bob at the beginning, how long can they do this for, where they just keep kind of switching them all around? And can they do it in the playoffs? We'll talk about that. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show this hour. Brought to you by White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Don't miss out on the red tag clearance going on now. White Horse RV, Williamstown and Galloway. 5:31 Friday night Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Phillies lineup tonight against the Braves. It is brought to you by Instant Services. Go to instantservices.com. Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm, Brandon Marsh, Nick Castellanos, Max Kepler, Bryson Stott, Rafael Marchand for Ranger Suarez tonight. No Harrison Bader in the lineup tonight. He is the odd man out tonight. No JT Realmuto either. And obviously, they did say a couple of weeks ago that they were going to try to get Realmuto more time to rest, which is kind of interesting. You know, like, so obviously that's an organization plan here. We're going to try to rest him a little bit more leading into the playoffs. Would you rather have him rest earlier in the year, not play as much in April, May, maybe June, and then kind of ramp him up and say, hey, we'd rather have you more, because he's starting to hit now. He wasn't hitting very much. That was the time to kind of, hey, maybe you need to get out from behind the plate a little bit. You know what I mean?
What I find interesting is that why does it have to be earlier or later in the year? Why can't you just, like you just said, be like, hey, JT, you're not hitting so well the last several days. Let's give you a couple extra days off. Like, why does it have to be, well, early in the year versus late in the year? Like, why does that matter?
I don't understand why, like, all of a sudden they decide, hey, we're going to start, like, that was one of the things that they were saying is the organization kind of wanted to have him rest a little bit more late in the year here. But, you know, early in the year, there were some.
Can we see the analytics on that? How does that work? I'd love to know what the number, how that works.
I don't know, but, you know, most, early in the season, you had some opportunity. Like in May, he hit 205 in the month of May. You know, that was kind of a situation or a time where his numbers across the board. He hit 205 with a 275 on base. You know, his slug was 360. His OPS was 631. Like, all those numbers, he wasn't very good. So you could have said, hey, listen, maybe we need to start now is the month we can start to try to get him a little bit of rest. And see, now, in June, he was pretty good. In July, he was very good. He had 354, right. 881 OPS. You know, in August now, he's been pretty solid. Now, the last week, you know, he struggled up in New York, but, you know, he hit that home run last night.
The whole team struggled.
Yeah, the whole team struggled up there, and nobody really knows what to make of that. But, yeah, he has been a pretty honestly, I got to say, JT has been a surprisingly consistent performer. Now, he's not your obviously guy that you want hitting in the four-hole as protection for Bryce Harper. He's not the prototypical guy, but he's done a pretty good job in that spot. I got to say, like, it's surprising that in the four-hole this year, his numbers are 260, 330 on base percentage, which is okay, not great, 448 slug, 778 OPS. All those numbers are a little lower than you would want them to be, especially for a guy hitting the number four hole.
Right.
But he's done a nice job in that number four hole with 4 home runs, 10 RBI, and, you know, he's really started to crank it up in some games here recently where he hit that, you know, couple big home runs. Last night he hit a home run, which wasn't as big because the game was kind of away. But he's done a nice job in that spot. Probably better. I don't know everybody's numbers right off the top of my head in the four hole, but hey, this is your best option right now. And it seems that the team just keeps kind of saying, you know, they had Boehm there, that didn't work. You know, they flipped him out once he got hurt and put Realmuto there. And they went back to Boehm for one game when he came back. He actually hit a homer in that game.
He did.
And then after that, for whatever reason, they decided to maybe I think somebody said that Marchand was in the game when Boehm hit 4. And that's why he hit 4 that game, and then they moved him once Realmuto got back in the lineup. So that makes sense.
Well, I think it goes back to, and I'm not excusing the fans who say this, but I think a point that you brought to Bob Wankel in the last segment needs to be highlighted again, which is, you know, when this team makes these decisions and all the fans say is, well, Harrison Bader's hitting well, JT Realmuto's hitting well. And when the fan hears, well, the numbers, the analytics, like, I think for the fan, you know, maybe not everyone, obviously. There's some people that just, no matter what you say, you know, it's always going to be wrong. But I think for some people, they might like to know, well, could you maybe share with us why? Like, could you maybe share with us those analytics, those numbers, help? I think there are some fans out there that genuinely would like to know, Mike, the why behind some of this, and maybe they'd be a little less angsty.
Well, tonight is interesting because you have a right-handed pitcher.
Yes.
So do you automatically want Marsh and Kepler to play?
I don't think anybody should be automatic at this point. The only guy who's automatic in the lineup is what? Harper, Turner, Schwarber.
Boom. Real Muto.
Bohm's weird because how many times have you and I talked about the last 2 years? Like, why are they sitting Bohm? Like, they sit Bohm the most random days. And because remember last year they were playing Castellanos all 162?
We played every game last year, right?
Right, but like they sat Bohm like 10, 15 games last year. And there were so many times where like, why are you sitting Bohm and not Castellanos? You know, it's like, I don't understand the whole Bohm
he
thing.
generally plays all the time. I mean, they don't really have another third baseman that plays you might see Sosa play there once in a blue moon, but when Bohm's there, he generally it's those five guys are general. And Castellanos has been he's been like the other guy, but now you're starting to see that. But my point is, you're asking the question as to why. I don't know. There's a right-handed pitcher tonight. Do you just automatically start the two lefties and then choose between the two right-handers who have faced this pitcher who has had better numbers off him? And if you're going off of that, Castellanos is the clear pick tonight.
Right. And I think that's where once you like, for example, I had a buddy of mine text me earlier, and he said, why is Castellanos starting tonight? Bader should be in the lineup. I said, well, Castellanos has great numbers against Elder, and I copy and pasted the stat. And he goes, well, I didn't know that. Now I understand. He's like, well, why is Caplan in the lineup versus Bader? I said, well, that's more of like probably a internal decision. But like,
well, and I'm wondering, is it just, hey, we want our left-handed hitters to face the right-handed pitcher?
Right.
Now, I don't know what Elder's numbers are against, we can find that out.
Yeah, I can pull it up.
What his splits are. And they might just say, look, Elder struggles against left-handed hitters, so we want both of those guys in the game. Then, between the two righties, we have to make a decision. Is it going to be Bader? And fans generally, you see so many people that when a guy goes 4 for 5 one game and then he doesn't play the next game, you just assume he's going to get 4 hits again the next day. How many guys get 4 hits one day and then do it again the next day?
Well, look
I mean,
at
it
Schwarber.
happens.
Schwarber went 0 for 20 and then had 4 home runs. Isn't it?
Exactly. Schwarber went on an 0 for 20 streak and then had 4 hits last night. So
no, 4 homers.
Not
just hits.
4 hits, 4 homers. Yes, exactly. So just because
That's
Bader,
like saying Lamborghini's
and
just
Bader,
a car.
by the way, has hit pretty well, I think, in the last week or so. So Bader's
Yes.
actually, after kind of getting off to a slow start here, he has kind of ramped it up in the last week.
Really
But
quick to your question. So Elder, his batting average against right-handers is 307 versus lefties, it's 260. So actually righties are better against him than lefties.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I got to look up if Harrison Bader's faced him yet before. I'll pull it up in a moment. But that number says, well, maybe Bader should be in the lineup.
yeah, well, and then you're saying one of the lefties would be out.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like maybe Kepler. By the way, now, here's the other side of the coin. I just pulled it up. We just said, should Bader be in the lineup? Bader's 0 for 4 in his career against Elder. So while Elder is allowing the 307 batting average against right-handers, Bader's never got a hit off of him. Meanwhile, Kepler also, though, is 0 for 4. So then what do you do?
Well, again, this goes back to the question that I asked at the beginning of this conversation. Are they just saying we want the lefties to hit against the right-handed pitcher?
Which, again,
That was, like, in other words, when Mattingly, Dombrowski, and Thompson have their little meeting,
powwow.
we're gonna hit the lefties tonight.
I want some incense in this meeting. I want, like, dark in the room. I want some incense. Maybe pass around some kombucha tea. Like, I want some, like, 'cause for how late they make these lineups, you would think there's, like, a very long meeting going on about this.
Well, listen, I guess with 5 guys, and Wilson's not really in the discussion all that much. I imagine the only time Wilson really will ever play definitively is if there's a left-handed pitcher. So he's not even in the discussion when there's a right-handed pitcher. But they have the numbers and the analytics, and they're saying, okay, Castellanos 4 for 8 with 4 home runs.
Right.
He's in the lineup tonight.
Also,
and he didn't play last night.
Right. But
So
you could have still said, listen, Elder has worse stats against right-handers than left-handers, so should that not give Bader the edge over Kepler, let's say?
Well, Marsh is 4 for 6, so he's in the lineup tonight.
Right, your lineup could have been Marsh in left, Bader in center.
My
Castellanos
point
right.
is, Bader and Kepler are both 0 for 4. So it goes back to what I said at the beginning. Did they just say they got a right-handed pitcher tonight, we're going to play our lefties? Because obviously this is one of the things, and they talk about this a lot, they know all the pitching coming up. They know there's a lefty pitching tomorrow, Chris Sale.
Right.
So Kepler's not going to play tomorrow, and probably Marsh either. So they're probably trying to play those two guys tonight because Sale's pitching tomorrow, which means you're going to get an outfield of Castellanos, Bader, and Wilson.
But then it goes back to, are we just going lefty-righty or are we going by the analytics? Because the numbers say Bader should start tonight. But if they're saying, well, no, we have a set system planning ahead with lefties and righties, then you can't be the same team that says we follow the analytics. What you're really saying is we follow the analytics when we feel like following the analytics.
You're right. Well, no, because yes, in the fact that Elder's numbers are better against lefties.
Yeah, I'll pull up the whole line for you here. So against left-handers, Elder's batting average against is 260. It's 45 points less batting average than righties. On base percentage, lefties have a 348 on base, righties have a 258 on base.
Yeah. But again, like as we said, these sample sizes are so small, like Castellanos 4 for 8. That's only 8 at bats. Am I supposed to say? But he has 4 for 8 with 4 home runs.
Right.
Am I supposed to say that 8 at bats is too small of a sample size and 4 home runs against him? Is that too
Yeah.
Believe me, Bader and Kepler, the fact that they both have the same exact, they're both 0 for 4. That's nothing. That sample size is out the window.
That's what I'm saying.
But my point goes back to, they know who's pitching the next 10 days, and they can see how many times we're going to need Bader to play and how many times we're going to need Kepler to play and how many times we're going to need – you know what I'm saying?
I understand what
so
you're saying.
So that's why I think tonight comes into play that they went with Kepler over Bader because they know Kepler is probably not going to play for a couple games now. And as they have said, they want all 5 – really the 4 guys.
Yeah.
They want all 4 of these guys to kind of play – and keep playing. They want them not to sit too long, and so that they all are seeing pitchers and getting at bats and live at bats and playing and getting into games. So if you're looking at what's coming up, you're saying Sale's pitching tomorrow, Kepler and Marsh will probably not are not going to play, so we'll play them tonight, and then Bader will go tomorrow. That's probably the most likely scenario.
That probably is, and you're right. It is 4 and not 5. Them including Weston Wilson in the conversation is like back in the day when the Phillies 4 aces said we want Blanton in the picture for Sports Illustrated. Like, it's a nice gesture, but we know what's really going on here.
Listen, again, this is not an easy thing to do. I heard Scott Lauber was on, I guess, Monday's show, and he had told us that this is like Thompson juggling 5 dishes and trying to, while the 3 other dishes are being used, you're still trying to juggle the other 2 at the same time and keep them going.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like I think the more transparent organizations are, I think the fans are a little more tolerable. It's like when Sirianni the other day when he came out and said what he said, and we're all shaking our heads like, this guy really thinks.
Look at the pitching coming up. Elder tonight. You got Sale tomorrow.
Right.
So
that's obvious.
The lefties aren't going to play tomorrow.
Right.
Waldrip is pitching on Sunday night, so he probably will go with, I would imagine with a right-handed pitcher, and he is a guy who they probably have never seen. He's 23 years old. He's really, really good, by the way. I mean, he's got a 0.90 ERA and a 0.93 whip.
Right.
So another young pitcher, 23 years old, is up here and really pitching well. So a right-handed pitcher, you're probably going to see a night where
Kepler,
the left-handed hitters are in. Mizorowski, who's awesome, pitching on Monday. You got to face Mizorowski and Waldrip back-to-back plus Sale. That's 3 days where you got really, really tough pitchers. Then Quintana, who's a left-handed pitcher. So they have it probably mapped out when they want these guys to kind of play and sit and do all that stuff. Like I'm talking about, like tonight, again, Castellanos. Now it's a very, very small sample size, 4 for 8, but all 4 of them are home runs.
But 4 for 8's it's a pretty big number. It's like if you told me someone was 2 for 4, I'd be like, all right. 4 for 8. Now you're like, oh, well, you got all these home runs against the guy. You got to put the guy in the lineup.
Yeah, listen. I think
it would almost be a disservice if you didn't put him in the
problem
lineup.
with Castellano not playing yesterday either. I don't think they're going to not play him 2 days in a row. I don't think they're ready to go that far yet. Maybe. That's the next step in the evolution of this Castellanos thing, right? All right, we're not going to play you 2 days in a row. Like, okay, one day. And now he's kind of like getting used to not playing like every day. Now it's going to be 2 days. We'll see, right?
By the way, I'm looking ahead to when they face Quintana. What's interesting is that it's a left-handed pitcher. But for his career, Max Kepler is 6 for 18 against him. It's not bad for a lefty versus lefty there.
Mm-hmm.
So is that a situation where we go by the numbers or do we go with the righties? Because you know he does not have great numbers against Quintana. Trey Turner has a 207 batting average with 4 strikeouts at 29.
Well, those guys I don't think factor into
well,
those
that's what
numbers,
I mean.
yeah.
It's like,
now, unless
you can't be literal with the numbers all the time.
Unless you're trying to find like one more day to get them guys off. Like
off their feet.
You probably say, all right, when's the one day for the rest of the year that we get those guys?
Like Bryce Harper's 5 for 23 against Quintana in his career.
Yeah. But like there's got to be a day in there where, all right, we got to play Sosa at shortstop.
Right.
And just not play Turner for one day. And that's
one
the
day.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that day's probably in their
somewhere
plans where this was a planned day off.
They map quested this thing out.
Uh-huh. All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show. College football weekend, some of the favorite picks and plays. We'll recap all that stuff here on the Sports Bash. All right, get ready to get out of here on the first full college football weekend. So some news here. How about this? Tomorrow, it will be the final Lee Corso day, right? On College Game Day. It's the final appearance for him on the show.
Yep.
Fox, big noon Saturday, will televise the final headgear selection of Lee Corso on the Fox Big Noon Kickoff Show with appearances from Tom Rinaldi and Chris the Bear Felica.
This is genius by Fox. I mean, what a way to keep people from changing the channel. Hey, you don't have to go anywhere. We got it right here with his former co-workers, Rinaldi, Felica, coming up next.
So you going to watch the Corso tomorrow?
Honestly, I'm gonna have to watch the replay because I'll be busy setting up for my remote for Hanging with Hennig live at yesterday's.
Well, it starts at 9 a.m., right?
Well, the show, but the headgear pick is usually
Yeah. I'm just saying, like tomorrow, the first it'll be his last time. I wonder if he's going to be on the show throughout or just the headgear.
You know, last year they kind of intermingled him.
Yeah, but
like,
I'm saying
in and
because
out.
it's his last. I know last year,
question.
like he was kind of, but this is his last show.
Or is it maybe something they just put him on for the final hour?
Now, do you think it's going to be, because this whole Dave Portnoy from Barstool, he's going to be a part of the Big Noon show.
Correct.
But not the whole show.
Correct.
But this whole thing that Ohio State or Fox, this thing has been wild. I think they just conjured it up to get some exposure for the show.
Yeah.
So
Portnoy,
I wouldn't
Michigan.
put you in the Portnoy category, though.
Portnoy, I'm fascinated by.
I think you're probably more on the College Game Day over Big Noon.
I'm more of a College Game Day guy, naturally. But Portnoy is a very intriguing element.
Well, college football tonight on 97.3 ESPN, Colorado and Georgia Tech. We'll talk to you Tuesday. Have a great weekend.